Hello, and welcome back to some good old programming, game development, whatever you want to really call it. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone has had a good one. I had a bit of a rough start to today, but I'm feeling a bit better now. I just woke up late and felt groggy because I just got back onto my medication and it's kicking my ass a little bit. Because it's been a hot minute since I've been on it, so it'll be a couple of days and I'll be happy again. But I do have some real fun stories to talk about from yesterday that was really fun. Really fun. But we'll get into that in a moment when I kind of recalibrate where the hell I'm at with everything. Because I actually haven't gotten jack shit done between last time and this time. I've been a little focused on a couple of other things. Specifically, again, we'll go into the Wednesday stuff. So let's pull up Paint and try and remember where we're at. What we were working on was the summons. And I said to yell at me for bosses. I think those are the two main things, right? I feel like I promised something else. Or I feel like I promised something, I can't tell if it's one of these two. Hey, you devil, how's it going? I think I might have just been doing, like, the last of the assets for, like, Cinder and such, right? Because I know there's, her ability passive haven't gotten, icons yet, I believe. So that's one thing. Oh, yeah, there was that one thing I was going to work on, the trails. Yeah, I'll have to leave that to another time. I need to remind myself, though. To be fair, I haven't looked at my notebook a lot recently. Well, this week specifically. I've written down in it, but I've not looked at it, and it's just because I've been so all over the place. Yeah, so I think what I'm gonna start doing is working on another hard boss, and then I might just like start doing the concept, like getting further along with the concepts for them, their visual concepts. So that leads to the question of which one to work on. Watched a random VTuber short, thought it was funny, decided to comment on it, opened the comments, and my top commented 4 months ago saying how funny the clip is. Oh no! Oh no, that's... Oh, dude, you just got hit by the, what is Alzheimer's purple link moment there. That's actually tragic. Holy shit. Do I have Alzheimer's? Link is purple. That's not a good sign. That's actually kind of funny. Oh no. Okay, what is the next hard boss that I should make? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. Who's, so, not whoer, so, my bad. Google Docs, my bad. Blizzard Witch, like the guys that made Overwatch 2. No, it's actually good. Fucking speaking of, by the way, the numbers at the moment from Marvel Rivals versus Overwatch is really funny. And like, I kind of love how bad Overwatch is doing right now. Because I'm kind of hoping this taught them this was one of the worst business decisions they've made in a long time. Which is saying a lot for Blizzard. Like, I'm gonna be honest, Overwatch is gonna survive this. A lot of people are gonna underestimate this. Overwatch will survive this, but it's probably going to, like, pull back a lot from it, right? Monkey numbers make brain feel funny. Monkey brain love funny number changing. Yeah. No, that is the thing, right? It's like overwhelmingly negative on Steam, I believe. Like, there's all sorts of like stuff just shafting them. I'm gonna be honest, they deserve it. They've fucked up a little too much in my eyes. Like, Hearthstone is still in a fairly decent state for a lot of things. It's just that has had its teams pulled out a lot, and they've had to like narrow down a fair bit because they went too wide, which makes sense, right? It's basically a simple fact of they overscoped with general projects and they did not have the resources to accomplish that. It happens. But it is kind of sucky because it meant like Hearthstone duels died for which yeah. Instead, we've got Hearthstone. The Twist game mode, which occurs every once in a while, and sometimes has kind of what Battlegrounds was going on for it. So it's an argument there of like, did it die and then get slightly reincarnated? Okay, that's fine then. It means that they narrowed down. Overwatch 2 is Overwatch 1, but repainted with a couple of corners cut and smudged out textures. But yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, even me who hasn't played Overwatch 2, played Overwatch 1 only fairly early on. Like, the last time I played was when Sombra released, I believe. Because I was, like, kind of interested in playing around then, but I played for a bit and then stopped. Like, simply put, Overwatch 2 was what I would have considered like a large-scale season patch. Like, you look at what League of Legends do with their pre-seasons, like what at the moment, right? The Noxus theming and everything like that. That is equivalent in like changes to the map and to the world and to the environment as what Overwatch 2 was to Overwatch 1. And they didn't rename that League of Legends 2. If we were kind of making that argument, League of Legends is almost at like League of Legends 50. From the amount of like substantial changing environment, like things like that. So no, it's not right to just rename the things. CSGO 2, on the other hand, is an example of that actually being the case. It was a massive shift on how it all functioned. They didn't handle it really well initially, but nonetheless, it did change. I was playing until like a month after 2 came out and just dropped the game. Was a big fan until the PvE ban switch. Yeah, that I think is the biggest issue. Is that like, look, I'm not going to disagree with the argument that like it's kind of okay that they pulled out on it. Like it meant that they could refocus more on the PvP elements, all these sorts of things. But the thing is, and this is the thing that anyone that's making those arguments needs to understand, the problem with promising something and removing it and then versus not doing it or pulling out of it really early on and going, look, we're going to say no to this now, is exactly like that. Is the distance between those is so substantial, and especially in a community's eyes, you cannot equate the two. If you had said well before release, or didn't say at all, that the PvE mode wasn't going to work, it would have been a bit more accepted. But still, at that point in time, a lot of people have just argued, why not just have it as an Overwatch upgrade? But no, this was just bad. It's, you lose a bunch of skin. What was it? Like, you basically lost a bunch of skins, and you had to pay an additional fee, and you got nothing. You got some slight reworks and stuff, which are ones that could have been done to the base game. If I'm recalling correctly. I believe Overwatch 2 now is free, but I think it wasn't initially, wasn't it? Which is the same as what Overwatch had? Because I remember buying... I remember going into JV Hi-Fi and buying the Overwatch originally. So I had the soldier skin. It just really brings into the question of the planning on Blizzard's side, and just how... It's a really great example of a company poorly scoping a project. It was free for people who had one, but you had to buy two for a while. Okay. That's still kind of obscene to me. I can't understand that. Yeah. No, I think Blizzard PR is always a big example of just the worst part of Blizzard, I'm gonna be honest. Is I really feel bad for them because, realistically speaking, the smartest thing for them to have done with the PvE mode, if they weren't confident in it, which they shouldn't have been, there should have been people telling them, we're not confident in accomplishing this. But what should have been done is that there should have been a tease at some point mentioning, hey, we're considering a PvE mode for this. Nothing more than that, not advertising it as a major point, but had it as a tease. Because then you get community hype, and then you've got less pressure on the development side, because then at that point in time, if it's not successful, it means that people aren't going to pick up pitchforks and try and hunt people down that are undeserving, because that's the other problem. People that probably worked on that tried their damnedest to make it work, and it just didn't go. And yeah, no, like, I love the fact that people are trying to make the argument Marvel Rivals is only successful because it's Marvel versus, like, Concord. It's like, no, it's because of the gameplay loop. They went into it knowing what they needed to do, and they've done a good job of it. Most development team was let go or left before 2 came out, if I remember rightly. Yeah, that... I'm not gonna get too far into the whole, like, back end of COVID let goes of companies, because I think that was really stupid. I think how those companies handled COVID-19 was horrendous across the board. And, like, there's a couple of CEOs that I've listened to talk about them. And it's, like, one of the biggest things, right, is, like, see if I can kind of explain this a bit better, right? So, one of the big things that, and I think this is like a Nintendo CEO or something. They explained that, letting people go... What did I do? Letting go is one of the worst things to do. You never want to do this. Under most situations. Because, simply put, you're trained. So, when you let a person go, you're not just, like, recouping loss, right? So, this is what a company needs to do, is they need to recoup. Their previous annual projections were down, so therefore they're trying to mitigate potential further losses by removing non-essential positions, or in the executive side, non-essential, right? The problem is that what you're actually getting rid of is the training. That you've spent on that, which is a lot in some of these fields. Experience. Which is invaluable. Like, this is obscene how much some of this experience is. It'll fucking... Which, by the way, this subs down to, like, expertise in specific fields, understanding of internal networking, understanding of individual peers and stuff like that, potentially, all sorts of stuff like that. It's experience is not just experience in the field, it's experience in that workspace. That's why I say it's invaluable. Especially if they've been there for, like, say, longer than 3 or so years, they probably have a good lay of the land, and they're quite important for that. So just these two things alone are huge cost points. And the problem is that, like, some of the people, like Blizzard and all that stuff we're letting go, were very long-term people. Like, I think we all remember hearing about how Destiny let go their, like, most important, like, the person that had done, like, all the soundtracks, basically, for them. If I recall correctly. And it's just like, the moment you heard that, you're like, hang on a minute. You're getting rid of your main person that has basically created the vast majority of your sound stuff. How is that ever a good idea? What? So, the thing is, like, your quarterly looks better, but your products look worse. Because there's also one other aspect of this that comes in, because if you're going to let go a lot of people to recoup losses, you know what you also do, aside from these things, which are just based on the individual you let go? Is you also hurt your public image hugely. Now, this has two meanings to this public image. This is players, right? Because players are gonna go like, damn, you let go a lot of people, and you've got a lot of, like, problems with the game, and now, like, it's even less likely some of these might get fixed, yada yada yada. Like, that looks bad from an outside perspective. It is not quite actually the case, but this is what people are going to think, right? People are going to think, well, you weren't fixing these bugs when you had this many people. Why are you going to probably fix some of these bugs when you have less? What, does this mean content's going to become slower? Does this mean this or that? Not always going to be the case, because it depends where these people got let go from and all that. A lot of the time it's external things. The problem was, a lot of the time it was actually customer services roles that were getting cut and slimmed down on, which I can understand some rationale for, but not a great design, not a great decision overall, because you, again, lose that training experience. But you know what the other part of this that hurts the most? So, again, this part here, what I'm going to explain here, comes back to this beginning. Why did they let go? Why would you do this? Because of the quarterly, like the annual earnings not looking positive, so that it's trying to recuperate loss, right? Get to that point. Why was this the case? Because during COVID, a lot of these businesses expected a loss, so they designed themselves to go downward. They didn't, they went upward because people were at home, so they're more likely to play games, things like this. So then they used this massive influx of money to expand their teams, expand a lot of these things, and go really, really wide and powerful, and have a bunch more projects going on, so they're spending a lot more money. And then as COVID-19's like overall global effect lowered in substantiality, this stopped being the case. The money started slowing down. Now they're at a point where it's like, okay, well, our annual earnings are going downwards. So they overhired and now are over set on things and overexpanded, so now they need to retract. So the thing is, what started all of this? They overhired. They hired a lot of people. You know what is less likely to actually happen in the future because of this imagery? If they do another large-scale hiring, because they just are known for letting people go potentially 2-3 years later, in the public image, it's not just the players, but it's applicants. Applicants are also less likely to be happy about this. Because why would you apply to a job that's well known for letting people go on a semi-regular basis? So this is the thing. While the annual might kind of go up, that's why I stress the overall product quality can often go down in this circumstance. And that's why that one CEO talked about this, because that is what they see. They basically, when they talk about letting go, they skip this part here and they go straight to these things here. Is getting rid of this person, are we going to recoup a greater loss than the training we spend, the experience we lose, and the public image damage we'll do? Depending on the position, that can still be the case. Under the vast majority of cases, no, though. This is the difficult thing. Because sometimes a role becomes redundant, and that happens, right? I'm not going to say that doesn't happen, and it really does suck when that does happen to people. I've seen people make it redundant a fair few times. I've seen friends. I would say I've seen family. I have seen family, but I laugh when they get it happen to them, because I kind of hate most of my family, and they hate me, so it's fine. But that, right? Like, that's kind of the point. So, this is what the big problem with a lot of this fear is, and this is something I feel like I can't speak to purely and truly. This is not 100% always the case. This is why I'm saying, like, sometimes they're not just recouping losses, but this is a vast majority of the time. This is how this is kind of seen from a business perspective. And a lot of the time, this is how they're going to see it. They're not going to see these aspects. Or they're going to see these aspects and they're going to weigh them up and they're not going to consider them as valuable as the losses that they would recoup. And it sucks. The problem is that we're now getting into an era where the players have actually got a lot more of a moral grounding, right? So players are slowly starting to, in some small groupings, pay attention to these sorts of things and call companies out more. I thank Thor for being a great example of a large-scale platform for that. But yeah, no, like going back to kind of what you said there, Devil was like gratifying experiences and lowering morale. That's another point. The way a lot of these mass kind of almost extinction events occur at these companies is horrendous. One of the ways Riot did it, and this is something I cannot comprehend was ever okayed, is that on Twitter, I'm not even kidding, on Twitter, we're just gonna go Riot, had a message saying, basically, we're letting people go. Right? Now, it was a bit more formal than that, and there was a lot more to it, but it's basically, we're going to sum it up. Riot made a tweet. We are letting people go. Like, 1 to 2 days later. Emails sent. Some of this was done like next morning, but like this was the main thing. There should never be a public notice before an internal notice, because that causes so much anxiety. During the time between these two events, imagine what your life must have felt like for these people. You don't know if you're coming in the next day to a job anymore. Imagine learning you'll soon have no way to buy food from a tweet of your corpo. Yeah. Like that. Like, don't get me wrong, they did offer decent packages and stuff like this. This is something that needs to be acknowledged, is that while this here was horrendous, they did offer good things. We have to give them credit where credit is due. The problem is, no, this turn of events is horrendous. Blizzard has been known for doing stuff like this as well. Like, I think there was like, Thor talked about this, and I'm probably going to get some of these facts wrong here, but I think the shorthand of it was like an email went out saying people were going to get let go or something, and then like at the beginning of the day they got everyone to line up to walk in, and they would just basically take them to the left or the right, and people that went to the right, for example, they were basically told, go pack your desk. Like, I don't think there's any way you can do a mass let go correctly. I don't think there's just any way it can be done. Unless, like, because the problem is that, like, the moment... So, okay, let's use an example. Say these were reversed. Right? Say the emails got sent, and then Riot made the tweet. The problem with this is that then these people that got this email are going to go all over Twitter and comment about how, like, there's a mass let go. And that's going to make Riot look really bad because they're not announcing it in any capacity, and it can actually do a lot of damage to their shareholders, which a company has to care about when they're like that. This is really, really bad. Okay, do it the same day. Some people are going to get read the email late and going to see the Twitter thing first, and that's still a lot of anxiety. And it means that there's less damage control space. The problem is just there is no real good way of doing this. And at the end of the day, this is a corporation trying to save more money. And this, again, I stress at the end of the day, is you have to understand a company is there to make money. A lot of companies respect the fact that, like, the consumer does need to have a certain amount of autonomy and pleasure from the environment and stuff like that. So, like, if it's a game, they need to actually enjoy the game needs to be good. Some recognize this. It's not always, but some recognize this, especially when we start getting into AAA environments. We will agree that yes, a good chunk of the time we are basically just getting mass slop production. It is what it is. It's the same with Hollywood. Video games are getting very Hollywood in that sense, and that's what sucks about it. So, yeah, that's why, like, this stuff kind of just sucks ass, realistically. Yeah. There's just no good answer about it. I love how all of this got onto a joke from a boss. Yeah, no, there you go. I love how this whole rant started because I made a joke about a boss name. Yeah. Exactly. But, like, it's an important topic, and I feel like it's a topic that is an example of one where it is, like, people don't go and look for facts. They just get on a high horse and ride into battle without realizing what they're riding into battle for. Do I think that these companies suck ass and need to have a better way of doing this? Yes, that is a very valid complaint. But a company's going to company, and it's really stupid that they're companying this way. It's not a good sustainable goal, does way too much damage overall. I think that's like the shorthand summary of what we've just discussed for like a solid 10-20 minutes. What boss do we want to do? What's another one that I could do that would be funny? I need to clean my glasses. Do we want to do Dio? Dio sounds kind of cool, but I don't know how, like, interesting he'd be versus how complex he's going to be to make. I feel like the Shadow Monster might not be a bad one. Let's see. I mean, the cool part of the Shadow Monster as well is, like, technically speaking, that boss is just, like, a loose concept, not an actual reference. That was one that, like, I have a couple of, like, random pieces together that add to that resulting point. Unlike some of these other ones, which are just straight up things, right? Notice the bizarre thing? What are you planning there? What do you mean the bizarre thing? You mean the bizarre journey, huh? Good old Dio. There's a reason why I said Dio. It's great. That's why I say, like, it would be a real fun and interesting one to do, but I noticed that from, moment before you said dear. Yeah. That's bizarre journey. But yeah, like, it's one of those ones where, like, the way it would be done, it requires a lot of animations. It's not even a difficult one to do. It's just a lot of animations. Aside from one aspect of it. One aspect of it would be a bit rough. I mean, admittedly though, what we would need to do with it is there would need to be 2 bits of code that need to be kind of like done up a little bit more and improved upon. So we have a stop movement, I believe, for the player. So we would need to make an expanded version of that where it would stop the movement and stop the cooldowns of everything, because that was the idea, is that it freezes all of that stuff. So it freezes actions. But I would also have to figure out a good answer for freezing enemies, which, simply put, I'll just stun them. Yeah, exactly. But we do need to improve that stun script, so I do need to make a global stun rule thing. Which shouldn't be hard. Actually, should we just do that really quickly? Because I should probably just get that done. So if we go to enemy scripts... pathing trigger, pathing trim, don't need to worry about that at the moment. Actually, does this even need to be a function? I think it could just be a variable. Let's have it as a function just to make it faster getting. So... what are we gonna need to do? We're gonna need to set up a couple of variables for this. Let's think about it. So... then... because obviously it's gonna have to pause... function, it would just be function. Actually, this is a bit of a weird one. Because what happens if you introduce another one during it? This might be one where we have to actually separate this from the global pause array and have it, like, unique. because otherwise it's going to override. And simply put, like, while I'd be fine with that for the most part, I'm not actually joking on that, by the way. I would be fine with that for the most part. The problem is not that I'd be fine with it for the most part. It's those 1 or 2 times I'm not. As an example, an EX ability, so using an ultimate, there are like 2 ultimates off the top of my head that stun multiple enemies. I don't want those getting to complete their effect to feel correct. We can't just say no to that. Like, that would feel awful. So how do we do this? The simple answer is to make a unique one internally that gets like all of the functionality handled there. That's probably the correct call. Or... No, I don't really see a great way of doing the alarm uniquely either. So I think it's just straight up we're gonna have to... do an old-fashioned one. So, time source. Seconds. So dot, it's global pause equals true. False. And then times start tier globals. So we need to put these 2 variables into the controller and create event. Should not be called global pause, it should be called global stun. I'll just hit that. Okay, and now inside of this stuff. State enemy stunned. So how do I actually stun my things? There's a script for it, I believe. Let's go to map parts, breakables. I think it's... No, that's the SP. This is where I write it out. Stun trigger. There we go. So we'll do stun trigger then. So go back to controller. And then duration, I'm just gonna have as... How is the best way to get that? So do I know what I'll be doing after this game is finished as a major project? I've got a couple of things that are kind of like in the works, right? But other than that, like I'm being quite loose with what's going to happen next. Do I have projects that I'm currently working on that would be like the next things? Sure. But the problem with this game as well is, and I've said this before, once this game releases on Steam, I'm still going to dedicate a vast majority of my time to ensuring it's good treatment and for at least 1 year after its release, and then at that point I will decide whether or not it's worth, like, to what level of further effort needs to be put in. So, as an example, after that year cycle, do I reduce what happens in a patch? Do I stop doing patches and just give up on the project? or do I dedicate more time and resources towards it, right? These are kind of like the major ways to look at it. This is a project that I would like to see long term do kind of well and get long term support for it. Where obviously I can't easily do that because it itself cannot be monetized, but you know. But yes, I do have other projects that I am sort of working on that would be further on from this. One of which is the card game. Another one is a puzzle thing. If you've ever played Long Live the Queen or any of those sorts of games, you'll understand kind of what I mean by it being a little confusing. But it's basically play through as a character, play around with stats maybe, and try and get an outcome that you would like. That's one of the other games that I'm wanting to work on more, but that one is like, it's super easy to make, it's really hard to design, because it requires a shitload of like effort to going into the branching aspects of it, trying to ensure that the story's interesting overall, but also that like there's options and such, and overall you can get a gist of what's going on, so you can try and go for like a true ending if you need to. There's hints left around the place. But other than that, pretty open to kind of how I want to approach things. I know that was like a really roundabout way of answering that question, but like it's a difficult one, right? Because there might be a project to come up with between now and then, sort of thing. Do I work alone on this game? Outside of a little bit of assistance I've had from a friend, much earlier on, I am like 99.9% of this game is me. So yeah, it's pretty much a solo project at this stage. But in other assets and everything, there's like the key buttons that we have in here for the UI that barely get used. As an example, if I go in here, buttons. This here, this isn't mine. This is from some itch page that gave it like has it as free use for commercial projects without reference. So when I see those kind of things, it's a great excuse for me to use them, at least up until I make my own. Otherwise, yeah, I do it. How does this return? Does this return what I want? This function will return the time remaining until the given time source expires and executes its callback. This time value will express in the unit set for the thing. Okay, that works. But yeah, like in a sense, that's why this project overall is somewhat inconsistent, because it's like it's almost 2 years worth of work, so I go through a lot of like ups and downs on how I see and want to do things. I get influenced by things I read, especially if I'm like kind of copying bits of code from other people. I try and do my best to reformat it to my style, but every once in a while I will openly admit that kind of falls through. Alright. So now I should be able to call this. Let's see. So how long do I stun for? Like 4 seconds, I think, was the idea of this. Good morning. Good morning you as well, Muffin. How's it going? That should be still 1, 3, 4. Been keeping an eye on news about Neuro Game Jam. Wait, is there a new one? I haven't actually looked at many game jams at the moment. I should look at game jams at some point, because they're a good opportunity for me to, like, do something else. There's another one happening this year. There's not that much time. Oh, okay. Because, yeah, bloody, I mean, okay, no, can we talk about an event that happened, like, a couple days ago? That was just, like, one of those, oh my god, really? So did anyone hear about what happened to itch.io the other day? Because that was wild. And, like, holy shit, yes! Okay, so someone at least knows. Cool. So, shorthand of this, and I'm not even kidding, this is one of those stories that, like, we're gonna have to pull up Paint, because there's no way I can explain this without, like, having to go source evidence as well, because you will not believe how stupid this fucking thing gets. So, itch.io. This is a very, very well-known site. If you do not know this, this is a great site for game development and software development, but mainly game development, where you can get assets, other like resources, and also games. Like, straight up games are over there. In fact, this game is actually over on itch right now. Like, has been for a while. Don't get me wrong, it's the last update, and it's been a good minute since I did the update. But this is kind of their thing, alright? It's assets, resources, games. Itch is a massive, massive platform. Very, very important. It's where a lot of game jams are run through. In fact, even some of my university projects were run through itch.io when I was doing game stuff, right? In the current degree. So, what happened was itch went down. The entire domain went down. Why did this happen? What? This is so this is just follow along with this. So Funko Pop, yeah, that Funko Pop, the one that makes those shitty fucking little figure things, tried to make a sub thing. Like, basically, they tried to make a thing. They tried to make a website for slop shit. It was bad. Anyway, point is, when they pushed through this new domain, for acquisition stuff and all these things, it went through the AI domain tools that itch uses to, like, get its domain and make sure it's, like, available, right? And it caused a feedback issue that basically pushed for a ceasing. I think it was a URL cease request. Basically, shutting the entire domain down. Funko Pop fucking nuked itch.io by accident. You cannot make this shit up. There are a lot more complexities to this, and there's a lot more going on, but basically this is kind of the shorthand. A lot of people have now been clowning on both the domain system that they had as well as Funko Pop. And I'm gonna be honest, clowning on Funko Pop is always okay in my eyes because Funko Pop sucks ass. Nobody should buy those things. They look horrendous, they're overpriced, and yeah, I think that summarizes the main things of it. I understand that sometimes you just want to have a way of getting a thing, and it's not easy to get, like, figures from Japan, for example, or anything like that. But I don't think Funko's ever justifiable, especially some of the business practices that they have. But the fact is that, yes, this is just, like, a really stupid chain of events that basically means Funko Pop took down itch.io. Because it was, like, it's a copyrights URL cease and desist, I believe it was. Which led to a situation where, like, realistically, this should not have been how it was done. And the only way that, like, the events of the itch going down only coincide with what they actually said. Because they basically said, this is what's happened, this is why our page is down. The domains place tried to say, no, that's not what happened. It's like, actually, what you've said would not cause a domain to come down. Right? Like, that's the fucking wild part of it, is that they tried to say, no, that's not what's happening. It's like, yeah, but if what you're saying's happening, then none of this would have been as bad as it is. And that's insane to me. Like, how can you try and backpedal like that? Are you trying to say itch took itself down temporarily just to fuck over Funko Pop and the AI domain space that they use? No, I doubt they would do it. Haha, get pranked. Yeah, it's a really, really stupid circumstance. And by the way, this does actually have some really large reaching effects because, as we said here with the assets, resources, and games, these aren't all free. A vast majority of these are paid for. Mind you, they're on the lower side. Again, great source of resources if you're interested in getting into game development. You can get like music, you can get assets, you can get like, by that I mean like game sprites, tile sets, all sorts of stuff, and for cheap or nothing. And then you can also go try games that are like in their testing phases, could be uni projects, could be all sorts of stuff. It's really fucking cool. But the thing is, a lot of people's income actually comes from there. And imagine hearing your goddamn income source just got nuked by Funko Pop. That's a fucking time. By the way, if you're interested in the Eurojam, I haven't figured out how to get an artist for it yet, so, you tempt me. You tempt me. I'm not a great artist, but I would definitely be, tell you what, if you kind of get an idea of where you're wanting to go with stuff, and it's not too much, and you flick it my way, I can try and do, some stuff for you. I wouldn't be against that. I'm always willing to just help out where I can. For that sort of stuff. That sounds awesome. Be a good opportunity for me as well to just kind of like spread out and do some other stuff. But yeah, I think you've got me on Discord, right? So you can just flick me a DM or whatever, if you get an idea. And I don't promise that I can definitely. I just say there is, if it's something that I know I can actually do, or think I can at least do, I will try and get it done for you. I don't mind. I should technically be now plugging my Ko-fi account and how you can commission stuff over there for like, how much is it? I said it really low, but hey, where is it? Let's see. Ko-fi. But for something like that, I don't mind just like, Let's see. Here we are. 10 New Zealand dollars. There you go. That's, I think, the base pricing. I put stuff over there. What have I got for notifications? It's just like... Yeah. I should post more over there. Because it's like a... So, fun fact, and I'm not a person that likes doing this at all. Like, at all, I am really against this. If you ever do have a way of, or like have a desire to give me money, Ko-fi just allows for donations. That's a place. You can go on my Twitter and get a link to it, because I believe it's just straight up linked on my profile. Where's the quality or time you're willing to commit? For something like that, especially if it's fairly low scoping overall, I'm happy to just smash it out for you. As long as I get like a little crediting or something like that. I'm more than happy with it. In a sense, you could argue like the official Ko-fi thing like that is for me going like, no, this is like, I will spend 3 days straight working with the person on this and just like getting a high quality thing, right? But I do remember the VTubers debt, like that art asset stuff that you had in that looks incredible. I think I actually still have your itch page open. Yes, I do. Like just all your stuff there. Yeah, you can tell that wasn't me just like opening it then. That was literally, that's me pulling out, because it's got the cat speak there as well, because I was gonna look more into that. I know the value of having nice looking stuff. It is genuinely, like, it's one of those things, and I'll always stress this. Your game does not need to look like amazing to be a good game. It helps though, depending on the game, admittedly. But like that's that big thing, right, of like so many people misjudge that. You don't need it, but it is helpful. But especially in this case, yeah, no, it would probably benefit the game a lot. Especially since it's a game jam, so the game is going to be on the inherent level a bit more shallow than normal. And that's not a negative to anyone that works on it. It's a 70, if you're saying it's a 72-hour game jam, I don't think anyone's expecting a fucking deep game. Or like a really heavy game or anything like that. Like that's how that goes. And that's fine. In no way whatsoever, that's the thing, right? For reference, we're the second highest on most played and most rated for the whole rating period. God damn, that's incredible. Okay, yeah, no, that's cool. The other 9 of the 10 were all browser games because they have more players for convenience. Yeah, that makes sense. The fact that you're the only download one there in like the high-end list is actually a really good showing of how good you did. That people were like, you know what, I'm willing to download this. It's the extra effort for it, right? That's cool. That's really spoke to how strongly I cover clickbait people. I mean, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. Once they've played, it's too late. True. Once you've downloaded it, you've downloaded it. That's all that matters. But that's cool. Yeah. Right, I want to see if this global stun lags the game as much as the previous architecture. So, this should be fairly easy to test. I'll have to reuse some of the assets from last year while I'm at it. I mean, that's fine, right? Like, I believe with the vast majority of game jams, the theory behind them is that it's like you make the project at the time, but if you have like code or assets or anything like that from outside of it that you want to use, that's fine, as long as it's either yours or you reference it and you have the rights to using it. Like, the vast majority of game jams are perfectly fine with that. That's why most good game jams don't actually give you the like, what you're kind of doing before you go in. Because that way, there's that aspect of it. It's like, oh, we don't even know if it's going to be a platformer, for example. It's a great example. It's like, oh, your theming is you need to make a platformer. It's like, well, okay then. I didn't have platformer code. That's fine. I mean, there's plenty of platformer code you can go and look for and find as well. You know what? I'm going to increase the armor, because Iron Mouse's base armor is really, really garbo. And it does affect her item. I still don't know about her item. We really need to do something about it, because I feel like... So right now, it is not even giving 2% area. With that change, it's now a bit over. But I also don't think it's live updating again. I might need to look at that. Because I feel like last time we were doing it, we got some extra values and it didn't increase. Crown of Hell is amazing, because occasionally we're going to get like a nuke from it. Speaking of, you gotta make Neuro for your game anyway. If it's on the list, you should make it early. I mean, what is it? Is she next on the patch things? I believe she's the next major patch, so once bosses are done, she gets, she's one of the ones implemented. Because it's her, Melody, someone else. Who are the ones on there, actually? I need to look again. That doesn't seem to cycle well. Gonna have to potentially do something about that. That seemed a bit like I wasn't having a lockout for it. Thanks for being my second monitor motivational content for playing Rivals for my hero discount VTuber Thor. Thank you. Dude, I need to get like a VTuber Thor model just at some point for no reason other than how funny it would be. How's the cycling? Yeah, so I'm pretty sure the cycling for it just doesn't have a lockout like how this does. Because like this is clearly checking for when the instance is pressed. Because if I hold it down, you see it's not moving. Whereas I think that one doesn't have it at the moment. Doesn't have a soft lockout. So therefore it's basically flicking between the entire indexing. Instantaneously. So that's an issue. Yeah, I think it's keyboard check versus keyboard check pressed. So that should be a very easy fix. I'll sort that out in a bit. Admittedly, I'm gonna be honest, this is one of those things I don't think people are probably gonna remember to use the keyboard all the time. Or they're gonna just get to the point where they only use the keyboard, right? Either way is fine. Was this a run with enemies use Harden? Because I feel like I'm dealing no fucking damage. Oh yeah, I still need to fix that. Why didn't I put it to this? Why did I only do it on that one other spot? I need to go start breaking crates. Try and get the freeze. Here we go. Not set before reading. Interesting. Should be. So what line specifically is that crashing at? At that line. Oh god, it's chase code. Oh. Okay, because that's chase code, I have to make something to stop that from being chase code. Get state. Equals time source state active. So what I also do need to add in, because we don't have it at the moment, is if global.game paused. Normally I'd have the pause array handle this. I could. Yeah, I could. It should still be safe because I should just need to implement self for it, and it should handle the rest. Yeah, I just need to remember how to do the array push for that. It'll be in the script that I need to do this. Because I need to do, global dot. There we go. I need to have it as itself. And I actually need to have this after the start. Actually, before I do that, I need to double check something. Because I believe... So time source destroys. That should be fine because I completely redo the time source each time. Yeah. Time sources of something I've never touched. Honestly, so time sources are one of those things with Game Maker that is like arguably up to one of the most polarizing things in it. Because you'll basically get 3 different kinds of people when it comes to this sort of thing, right? You'll get people that refuse to use them because, like, they use them excessively, like me. People that refuse to use them and only use alarms, and then people that refuse to use both of those and just do step events with very, very specific coding. All 3 of these are valid. Just never be the person that says tell a reason other than a personal reasoning as to why any of the others are not your choice. Because realistically, there is no better choice of them. Sometimes it's an arguably better one for the slight case scenario, but... I like when all my code works behind an if, pause, exit. See, that's fair, and I mean, like, under most situations, that's valid. But that's why, like, for example, I have this array to handle that problem for me, right? Because all this is doing... realistically... if we go find the actual case for it, is that, like, how do I explain it best? Because this is end of, this is boss, this is how I, like, end the game. So I just clear out everything. I think, yeah. This is the game ending. Where, technically, we should actually be looking for O player. And some of this stuff here. Point is, what this is actually doing is it's just basically an array that I can push my time sources to. What it will do is it will kind of like go through them. If I say global pause, it will go through all of my arrays, all the array, go through, pause them. And then what it will do is simply, oh, you've unpaused. Okay, go through and check if it's paused. If it's paused, go pause it again. Go unpause it. That's it. And then all I need to do at the end of it all is to do an array checkup of going, hey, is this time source finished? It is. Cool. You can now delete this from this array. You destroy the time source and you delete the thing of it. Very, very valuable. The benefit of this is I can also make ambiguous time sources, which is what I do with the time source create with array push. This means that it's technically a time source that actually has no true location, and means that I can just speed up making them. So cooldowns for items and abilities and stuff like that's a great example of this. So I can just kind of like push them through fairly freely. Though at the moment now those are now pushed to a new location and they're ticked down constantly, but that tick down event, that is still a time source that's put into this array. It's a nice, clean way of doing it, but it's like, I'm used to doing this now. I did not do it initially. Originally, I was planning on having all weapons and items and everything as alarms until I realized that there's only so many of them. And it became problematic, and then I didn't want to have to do the individual math for everything, so I decided to use time sources, and then I just kept using them more and more and more, and here we are now. The other benefit you have is that you can make them independent of certain things, so they actually don't get affected by lag easily. Alarms are kind of silly. Alarms are step events with extra steps. Right, and I don't like a lot of alarms because of certain aspects of them. And that's a personal thing. It's 100% a personal thing. My issue with alarms are just the lack of potency I have for being able to like enable and re-enable them and pause them easily. One thing I don't like about other events is also I don't know how the order that event happens. I can't be bothered to remember that. Yeah, I mean, like, right there, right, it was an example of kind of what you were talking about in the sense of I had a chase event, a chasing scenario, so chase code is a thing that's not very common, but it's a very big issue. Chase code, for those that might not know, is, I believe it's the key term that's typically used. There might be another term, but I know of it as chase code, where it's basically you have two codes kind of working in parallel, and what happens is they try and get to a specific point. If this one gets there first, it is all successful. If this one gets it first, it's not successful. The problem with chase code a lot of the time is it's inconsistent, because sometimes this one is a step ahead, sometimes this one is a step ahead, or less than a step ahead. It's on the same step, it's just higher on the priority list because of the positioning of when the events occur. This is why this can actually cause bugs, and it's really fucking hard to test them because they are inconsistent. Because like 99% of the time, it could be the first one, but that 1% of the time, the chase code fails, and now you have no idea why you're getting a bug that doesn't work, or that isn't bugged most of the rest of the time. That's why all I did with the code we just saw then was I added a soft check to basically go, hey, is the time source active? Because if the time source is active, then that means I can pull the time remaining from the stun event. And that makes it fine. Okay, so that's a global stun of 4. If I go to characters, we go to player characters, and we give Iron Mouse's ult this, because that's one of the big ones that has this. Iron Mouse EX. Here we go. So that should be everything I need to run. I should be able to test it very easily with Iron Mouse's on. But yeah, so chase code is annoying. I think that's what happened there, was got hit by chase code. I'm lucky that the chase code we got hit by, though, actually failed, because then it means that I know the event speed would have been, like, that it could have been wrong eventually. May have been inconsistently wrong, but, like, an inconsistent crash is super frustrating for a player, right? I need to add a thing in the run to be able to see what modifiers you've got. If it's even just in the pause menu or something, I still need to add that. Because it's something that, like, as a dev test environment, I would like to see that. I mean, I still need to kind of make a custom cursor, I'm gonna be honest. I think I need to make a custom cursor at this point. At least two. One for, like, while you're doing your run, maybe, and then one for, like, while you're in the menus. What would be the style I want for it? Let's use the EX. Here we go. It's not set before reading. Did I not? Oh, whoops. So, just having a moment of lag. I know what I did wrong. Yeah, it needs the other. Because this is the internal stuff. So, ironically enough, that was actually probably fine to begin with, but this is probably just better to have. Ensures that there's no weird, like, potential chase case scenario. So no, this was what I needed to have done. Is have it as other. I needed a reference point for it. Because, so the code that's in front of us here, that's being run, is run on the enemies, but the global stun is run on the controller. So, got hosted on the controller. Easy enough. You can see my brain the moment I fucking clicked. Forget that sort of thing all the time. Yeah, pointers can be a bit of a mess. I have to do a bit of coding for somebody soon, so if I dip, that's why. All good, I understand. Let's see. I'm trying to think what. So again, we've the intention for today is to go work on bosses. Try and at least work on one. So we're gonna work on the shadow one probably, the shadow hard boss. But I just wanted to make sure I got this system fixed because I just realized I probably should. It's one of those systems that I keep forgetting because it's really just kind of like not a large-scale thing. Which really is not a good way of having it. I should just fix things as I see them more often, which is normally what I do. But at the moment, the game's just so large, and there's so many little tiny things I need to fix. It's easy to forget. Yeah, that seemed to have worked. Or I'm down somewhere. I mean, I do, that's the problem. I ride them down, I just still don't, like, really do anything with them. Like, enemies spawning on the outside of the map, I should do that. And that's been on my list for fucking weeks. Decided day to fix everything that's written. See, now that is more likely what I should probably do, is just have, like, a dedicated day where I'm like, you know what, fuck it. We are just working on all of those bug fixes and everything. Like, Shrines is one that's, like, there is bug fixes that need to be done to Shrines, but also Shrines gonna get reworked anyway. So, like, shouldn't I just, you know, figure out a better answer that way? No need to fix stuff getting replaced. Yeah, like, it's a difficult one, because it's like... It's a bug that should be fixed, but also, like, it's gonna get fixed when I completely overhaul the system. Yep, no, that works like a glove. Like a glove! There we go. Alright, I feel like I've proven my point with all of that, so I'm happy. Yeah, no, poor Shrines, man. Shrines have gone through a lot of rough iterations in this, and the fact is that, like, the change coming up for them that I will do with this patch, like the large-scale patch, is hopefully going to be nice and long-standing and I don't have to worry as much about it. But, like, goddamn, it's needed. At this point in time, they just spawn a bunch of extra slimes, kill them, and you can get a random amount of fucking crates. That's not a good system. And it's not even supposed to be a random amount of crates, it's only supposed to be one, but it's fucking buggy. If they die fast enough together, you get multiple rewards. It's just funny. Which is not something I want. Because, like, you might go, well, isn't that, like, kind of a cool thing to find out and test and learn? It's like, creating a weird memory requirement for understanding something that's an inconsistently obtainable outcome means that you're going to chase it and then get frustrated at you or the game every time it fails. And that's not what you want to do. A player does not like that. And that's a fairly, like, consistent point that I don't think's debating. It being irregularly attainable. Even if you know what you're doing, doesn't guarantee you get it, right? Alright. I need to go check here as well. Dude, oh god, I haven't tweeted very much at the moment. I do that sometimes. I go through like weeks where it's just like the only things you'll see in the goddamn Twitter is just the stream announcements. I need to get better at that. Fans of Marvel Rivals are calling for roll queue to solve a lack of tanks and healers in the game. I can understand that. If we're talking about like a ranked queue, I think that that's something that's fair to put in or request. To an extent. Because I'm gonna be honest, the games of Marvel Rivals I've played, I've been like the only healer and everyone else is playing damage. And I'm gonna be honest, the tanks are good. The tanks are really good, they just don't deal damage or aren't Spider-Man going for the fucking backline. It's a mixed bag, right? Because like, when you play those sorts of games, there's people like me that are really happy to play like support, utility, stuff like that. But the vast majority of people go into those games wanting to deal damage. I want to go in and kill people. It's like, no, I want to be here to do stuff. I'm happy not killing people. I like to shoot at people from time to time, but like, there's a reason why I like playing Loki, because Loki means I'm constantly shooting stuff. I'm just not shooting the enemy. I'm gonna be honest, I really liked how Loki played. I really did. Ooh, actually, now that we've gotten a bit further into the stream, I want to talk about yesterday, because yesterday was really fucking fun. So you can't obviously see, because I don't have camera on, but I'm gonna pick it up. So I have a new deck, for Magic the Gathering that I bought yesterday. Very naughty of me to buy another deck, but you know, I wanted to have something that I felt like I could play that was a little less what the previous one is, the Chaos Incarnate. I really do want to upgrade that deck to make it feel a little bit better, but I'm still going to kind of keep it as like a low power level for easier games. But I bought a new one, and I played a little bit of it yesterday as well when I was at the shop. Some of the staff there and regular, they were like, hey, let's play a game. And I'm like, you know what? Sure, I'm down for this. So I bought, it was Quick Draw, the Precon Quick Draw command, deck from the Outlands one. So it's Stella Lee Wildcard. And I'm gonna be honest, I did not understand anything about that commander at all. And I am going to have to play some more around with her before I think I'm confident in understanding what she does. But she is a very different style of playing, and I really like that. Also, that was my Windows complaining, don't mind that. Where it's is big blowout turns that you kind of do. Like, you do a little bit of soft control and draw, and then all of a sudden you have 70 things on your board. It hurt my brain a lot when I had one of those big turns. I had 2 of those big turns. I did lose because one dude got an infinite combo, but god damn it, it was insane. I haven't played much MTG myself because physical cards are a pain to shuffle and search and whatnot. Played the arena for a while because I do like Magic. I've played a fair bit of Arena now, since I started getting into Magic. I've mainly gotten in through the physical card game because I have friends. I play Commander, I don't play Standard. That's why, I don't really like Arena too much, but it's great for me learning the game. Learning kind of how the stack works. But no, I'm getting in for Commander, because Commander seems fun to me. But I do understand that whole, the shuffling and searching and all that sort of stuff. I do really understand that. It can be a bit of a bitch as well, especially when you do have tutors and stuff. That'd be a nightmare to play physical. Yeah, because like so this commander, so Stellar Lee wild card is like whenever you cast your second spell each turn, exile top card of your library until the end of your your next turn. You may play that card, and then has tap, copy target instance or sorcery spell you control. You may choose new targets for that copy. Activate only if you've cast 3 or more spells this turn. There is some really obscene combos you can do with this card. One in particular, and I really want to get this card, is this. So she's blue-red. She only costs 3, was it CMC? In total, by the way, so it's really cheap. But there's a combo you can do where there's a card that's like, untap everything. Yeah, so what you can do is you could cast that as your second spell and just play a third spell out, and then you're like, Alam out, I have now infinite mana and infinite everything. I can just draw and play and draw and play and draw and play. Your turns can get really obscene really quickly. And I really want to get that card because of it. Because it's just so fun. But yes, I do understand that tutoring and stuff like that does probably seem like a bit of a bitch. There's a reason why, in my experience with the game so far, outside of like Vampiric Tutor maybe, or anything like that, as long as you kind of like know what's in your deck roughly, because again, the problem is Commander has 100 cards in your deck. Well, technically it's 99, but you're playing with 100 cards. Yeah, it's a lot of cards to sort through and all that. If it's not an instant thing that you need that card immediately, or you happen to know what card you're searching for and stuff like that, just like call it out that you're like, hey, this is the card I'm looking for. Otherwise, just pass your turn. Like, oh, I'm searching for land, I pass my turn. And then you can just keep searching for your land until, or like while the other person can play their turn, so you're not like slowing the game down, right? But what if you need to do something with the land? That's what I say is like, if you need to do something with it, and you know which one you're searching for, just call it out as you're doing the draw, like the shuffling. So people can kind of like understand, react, and all that sort of stuff, so things can still play along. That's my experience with that sort of thing. So it still has like a little bit of leeway for just kind of speeding things through. Because realistically, a Commander game is going to take an hour. Like, it's just what it is. Because like one of the decks that one of the other people played had it so like they had one of the card down. It was like a serpent something. Whenever a land would enter, they got like a mana of their color of choice for each land when it enters. Like so, if you enter a land and it's tapped, she still got 1 more mana floating, which is a lot of mana potentially. And there were turns where she like, I'm gonna get 2 lands out of her deck. As she was doing that, we go like, hey, so you've got 2 more. Is there anything you kind of want to do? And it's like, you know what, there is. I'll quickly grab these lands and we can move on with it. And it's like, cool. Now we know that there's something coming. Otherwise, yeah, no, I'm just like, there's a reason why like early turn tutors, one of the things for that is like, hey, I'm going to play this land, like this tutor that I have here. Can I play it on the end step of the person, like next? Like the end step of the person that's like before me, because that way it means that we can just like play through everyone's turns faster, and it's non-impacting, because it's like it's a land that enters tapped sort of thing, right? Holds mana for counterspell. I mean, if you're gonna do that, like, you'll have to say, hey, I'm gonna say no because I have potentially an interaction with it. But that's why you go like, hey, is it okay if I do this? Again, Commander is a game you can't really play as easily online. And it's definitely a better in-person one because it's very social. There's a lot of politics involved, and it's a lot of being like, how to make the game fun is what I've experienced. Even people that are really good at the game, like they were talking to me yesterday, and there's this guy that like he has decks that are worth thousands of dollars, and he goes, I actually do not like playing a lot of these decks because they're good. I'm bored of them. You counterspell people to prevent them from getting dangerous. I counter tutors to save time. We're not the same. You know, that's just kind of mean at that point. To be fair, again, like, I'm kind of talking very early game sort of things, but I like the idea of just going like, hey, can I just do this on that person's turn? When it gets to a later stage in the game, you're probably not going to be able to get away with that as much, because just pure and simply, yeah, there will be counters up, there will be, answers available, and also realistically, you might also want to keep your mana even more open for your own counters. Like, one of the mistakes I made while we were playing was the turn before the guy won, I actually played my Chaos Warp and got him one of the cards that actually won him the game. But it also meant that I couldn't Chaos Warp partway through his combo to stop it from occurring. Have fun. Catch you later, Muffin. Enjoy your programming. But yeah, no, so I'm really happy. I also ordered a deck box for it. So I actually have it, so you can probably hear me kind of fiddling with it a little bit there. It's got a bit of a magnetic like top to it, so I can move it off. And it means that the commander card is actually on the side and you can visibly see it. And I just like that. It looks really cool. I'm really, really happy with it. We always have fun here. Exactly. So yeah, I'm really excited for that. And the fact is, they do, there's two mainstay play sessions that they do of Magic every week. One of them is on Friday night, and it's like $15 to enter. But you get 2 packs, which, to better explain that for people, a play booster pack costs $10 here. So for $15, I get $20 worth of booster power, of boosters. So your equivalency sort of thing, you can figure out how much the fee for entry is by just basically taking how much does it cost for a booster pack? It's 1.5 booster packs cost for your local thing. That's a really good opt-in cost, because it means I get a reward out of it and get to play with people, and I get to like write down, hey, I'm ultra casual, put me with ultra casuals. They will, and you get rewards as well for like, if you happen to win, if you win 1 game, or if you win 2 games, because there's only really 2 games. Or like with your pods and stuff like that, and like I really like that. I think that's awesome. I don't plan on winning. I just plan on going to play and experience being able to play that sort of thing in that kind of environment. That's why I'm only going with the Stellar deck. That's like, I think I've traded in 2 cards. The only other cards I've technically traded out were like, I've traded out some of my lands that I got from the Foundations bundle that have like full art and stuff like that for some of the lands that were in there. So I have like slightly prettier lands occasionally, which I thought was cool. I really like the Foundations land art. I think that's really cool. If you're wondering, I want to stress this to the end of days, anyone that like commissions me for things or pays money to me at this point, you're probably directly funding my Magic the Gathering and PC building. That is all you'd be doing. So if you want to see me get more addicted to Magic the Gathering, give me money. I need it. I need to make my decks. Oh, actually, no, I want to say something about, so the local store that I went to, they don't let you really see singles in store, it's all online, which is fine. I understand it because of the way they have it catalogued and stuff, it's cool. But can I just say, one of the coolest things is the few singles that they have are in the glass shelf. Holy shit! God damn, like, holy shit. So all of them are like worth quite a bit of money. Yep. There's one of the cabinets that they have, and one of the lady there pointed it out to me. It's like, so these ones are kind of like varied in prices, but they're normally above like this kind of threshold. That cabinet over there, minimum $200. I'm like, huh? And there were some cards in there that were pretty. Like there was this full card art one of like Shield the Apocalypse one. That was like really, really nice looking. There was actually a card in there that was worth like $2 fucking grand. It was from like the Disney stuff. It was like a shiny Elsa collector's thing that like was a very limited printing. And it's a very, very coveted collector's item. And it was $2 grand. I was just like, I had a moment of going, damn, that piece of cardboard, $2 grand? Oh, damn. But yeah, they had a lot of cool cards there. They did have a few cards that I was like, I kind of want to get this, but like they had a shitload of the One Ring there. Like they actually had a pile in that area, and it's like, I know these cards cost like almost $100 each. What the fuck? So yeah, I'm definitely like fucking wanting to get stuff at that place. And what's worse is that they have Afterpay there, which if you don't know what Afterpay is like, we have a few of these sort of services in New Zealand. I don't know what they're like everywhere else, but it's basically interest-free. You pay 40% of the thing up front, and then you pay every 2 weeks, you pay another 40%, 25%. Yeah, you pay 25%. So you basically pay a quarter of it there, then 2 weeks later pay another quarter, and do that for 4 weeks. No interest at all. And that's really dangerous. Because like now I'm like, but if I buy more packs, if I buy more stuff, then I could buy more stuff now, and then I could pay for it later. And no. I need to not do that, because then we're going to end up in debt. More dead than I already am. Doesn't help that the commander that I bought was like $90. Don't ask. It's rough. It's rough. I do want to... Can I just say, by the way, there is 2 commander things I want to get, and neither of them are like accessible. One of them is for one of the decks I want to make. I want to cannibalize it because it gives me a lot of the cards for it. And then the other one is just because, again, I want to cannibalize it, but it's also got cards in it that are really valuable, and I'm really willing to trade. So I can get more money. Because, dude, we're getting into MTG talk again. I apologize in advance. Always looking at my bank account. Dude, I don't look at my bank account because I don't want to be that depressed. No, we're gonna look at some of the decks again. Dude, we're gonna get into like more Magic the Gathering stuff so much at this rate. What deck do we look at? So this deck here is a perfect example. I have to look at that message, sorry. I just got a message, I think that's medical related. Oh, okay. Yeah, my doctors are gonna be understaffed until after Christmas. Alright. So, not everything's available. But yeah, so this deck here is one of the decks that I have that I've just accepted as bloody expensive, and it's just not happening until I have probably a rest of these decks. Because, this is where... Okay, this is an example of me using my knowledge and understanding of card games in general to kind of like construct a deck that is good, like actively good. But also because I want to get the card art, the secret layers of these, because these look really pretty. Right. There's 3 of those ones in particular. There's the Anguish Unmaking, Exquisite Blood, and Sanguine Bond. I want to get all of those as like foils. That's why I want to get the Caverns of Exrexia, I think it was, or something. The Blood Rights deck, because a lot of those cards go in here, and Exquisite Blood's in there. I can sell Exquisite Blood to get this version of Exquisite Blood, which is about the same price, even foiled. But I'm gonna basically, this deck is one that what I'm gonna do with it is I'm gonna wait until the new expansion and buy like a bunch of boosters for that, because I'm gonna buy one of the booster packs for it. One of the big like booster box. I think it's like 36 boosters you get for a few hundred. I'm gonna buy that. We can probably do like an opening of it on stream or something like that. And we'll go through, try and get an Edgar Markov. Best case scenario, we get more than one. I sell the others. And we go from there, right? Because a lot of this deck will get filled out quite nicely from that expansion. And we try and just, in general, see where we get. Because, like, this deck has a lot of cards in it that aren't cheap. I do need to do another go-through of this, though, because I've, like, learnt even more. And I don't know how great some of these cards are going to be now that I've, like, looked at some of them. We will see. Admittedly, I think at the moment, overall, there's not really too big issues with this deck, other than, like, the mana production's kind of on the low side for the black, which is why, like, this card here is to try and compensate for that. The Urborg Tomb of Yogg-Morg, which basically makes all lands a swamp as well. But that's an example of me going like hardcore into figuring out how to make a deck. This is an example of me trying to forcefully budget make a deck. As you can see, so the other one was like $800 US, almost 900. This one's only about $100 US, and this one's only got a handful of cards that are like above fucking $1, is the thing. And most of them are ones that I actually have like spares for or own some of as well, so I can kind of compensate. But this just looks really, really fun. So the idea of this deck is just, the fact is, you can probably tell, it's enchantments. I want to have so many fucking enchantments that you can't interact with me. I'm here to fucking sit here and do nothing until... Which one is it? There's one of these rooms that wins me the game. This one. This one's the one that wins me the game. So this is very hard to read, so I'll read it out to you. The second room, the Promising Stairs. So it's at the beginning of your turn, beginning of your upkeep, Surveil 1. You win the game if there are 8 or more different names among unlocked doors of rooms you control. So, technically speaking, I need to have, at potentially, only 4 rooms on the board all unlocked. Oh, I can rotate the card like this. Oh, there you go, it's much easier. But yeah, at the beginning, you win the game if 8 or more different names among unlocked doors. So each of these is a door. That's kind of how the rooms work, is that this is a room, there are there's 2 doors. While it's in your hand, both are locked. When you play it, you play one of the doors. You can cast the other one as a sorcery. So keep in mind, the cast as a sorcery is the big thing, because, like, does not mean I can just do it on someone else's turn. So when it gets to my turn, I win. But the problem with that is I have a lot of them that are like, well, I mean, propaganda is a great example. Propaganda is creatures that can't attack you unless their controller pays 2 for each creature they control that's attacking you. So that's every creature you attack me with is 2 mana additional. Then there's, yeah, privileged position's an example. This is one of the more expensive ones that I have on the list. Whereas other permanents, I have hexproof, so you can't really interact with my my enchantments. I'm gonna be honest, if I get like a little bit of the stuff going, unless you have a massive AoE enchantment removal, I just kind of win. Other enchantments you control have Shroud, they can't be targeted by spells or abilities. Sphere of Safety, this is the big one, right? So this is one of the ones where it's like, if I have this down, you can't really fight me. Creatures can't attack you or planeswalkers you control unless their controller plays X for each of those creatures. X is the number of enchantments I control. So we have 24 enchantments, but also there is a good chunk of my creatures or enchantment creatures as well. So you quickly kind of understand, I'm not really someone you interact with anymore. Also, this is a great example of creatures and enchantment spells you control can't be countered as well, so once this comes onto the board and I have like Hexproof and Shroud for a lot of my enchantment stuff or my permanents, I'm just kind of sitting there off to the side, kind of twiddling my thumbs and having fun. That's why also, like, I've got, like, Negate, Refute, Counterspell, Arcane Denial in here as well, which are some of the... those ones are, like, slightly on the expensive side, but by that I mean, like, they're $1 or $2. Sometimes $4. And that's kind of the example of what I want with this deck. A lot of draw, a lot of countering, and a lot of, like, uninteractivity, so I can just sit there and have fun. I'm a participant in the game up until the point where someone either wipes out everything on my board, like gets rid of all of my permanents, or I just I just win the game. Because I do have ways of just fighting people. There are... Is it this one? Yeah, whenever you cast an enchantment spell, create a 4/4 white angel creature token with flying. That's pretty good as well, because it means that I can just like create a board of flying units that have quite good stats as well, because I do have a few stat buffs. I don't know if I've still got... No, I don't. But the other benefit as well is like I went with Felwar, Stone, and like which one is it? There's one of these things that yeah, like Exotic Orchard as well, because this commander uses all mana. I have all mana types available to me, so therefore I can actually benefit from using any mana that my opponents have, that they can produce. But yeah, like Hall of Helioid is one of the biggest cards that I need to get for this, because without this, I don't have a lot of safe recursion. Because basically for 2 mana, put in a target enchantment from your graveyard on top of your library. So if someone does wipe me out, I have options. And I do have... One of these rooms is like... I can... Oh, I think it's only creatures. I think it's this one, right? When you unlock this door, return target creature card from your graveyard. No, that's not it. There's one of these that I feel like I'm allowed to cast from graveyard during my turn. I do not remember which one it is. I'm now curious which one it is. Other permanents you control, hexproof. Yeah. That's a lot of draw, this one. Deal damage to the number of cards in my hand? Yeah, that one's another win condition, potentially, because it's... I have 2 ways of keeping my hand size infinite. 2, 3 ways, I think. Yeah, here we go, this one. This is one of the more expensive rooms. And it's the Forgotten Cellar. When you unlock this door, you may cast spells from your graveyard this turn, and if you can't, if a card would be put into your graveyard from anywhere this turn, exile it instead. So basically, I do have a couple of recursion ways to bring my board back. And just really fuck shit up. But I also have like a little bit of ramp, because I'm gonna need ramp for triggering a lot of this bullshit like going on. I have a lot of scrying as well to try and like get better things. And I have a little bit of mill. I have a bit of mill. But yeah, like the commander as well, like it's 5 mana, so it's a bit rough, and it's one of every type, so I have to somehow get everything. I can't use like Soul Ring to get her out early. But when she comes down, she does a lot. So this is an example of a deck that I really, really like the idea of, and I tried to keep it as low budget as possible, while still being like reasonable and interesting. I don't know if this is going to be that fun to play against, but the benefit is that I can just kind of like sit there and go, like, this is the kind of deck that I feel like gets a lot of politics going, and that's what interests me. Is it's like, hey, I'm here to have fun. I'm here to chill out. Right? Is like, I mean, there's also this one, which is really, really good at removing stuff. Because, like, this deck gets around, like, a lot of things really well. Ward is one of the things it doesn't do well into, which is, again, a mana issue. Just why I have, like, 40 lands. So that's the big thing. From the cards you have, I believe I can tell you have a problem. Yes. Hey, look, I stand by the fact that I have so many deck ideas like this, what you see here, is a great example of why, like, I know I have a problem with Magic the Gathering. I really, really do know I have a problem. I do not care, though. I'm having so much fun with it. I want to see how it goes. That's why it's the big aim of trying to make decks that are fun to play and fun to play against. That is the big aim I have at the moment, but I do have like 1 or 2 decks as an outlet for like, I want to optimize the shit out of this, so if I'm in a situation where like I'm playing against people that have good decks, I have a good deck to play as well. Edgar is the best example of that. Because that's the thing that a lot of people underestimate with those sorts of games, is it's not about making the best deck ever, it's sometimes about making a fun deck. Like, there's one of the ideas that they gave me is really, really funny. So someone there had a deck that was a challenge, and I love these sort of challenges. They had the chair deck. Every card had to have a chair in it. That was it. There was no, like, actual other thing that they had as a restriction. I think it was a mono-black deck, and it was just, like, every card had a chair in its image. That was the requirement. And it's about finding a deck that you can make with that kind of requirement and make it still playable. Apparently, it wasn't horrendously bad, but it was pretty bad. Calling out, your problem was swimming. My TTR book. Yeah. 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 I mean, we're all like that to some extent, right? We all have that 1 or 2 things where it's just like, oh god, we're really down bad for this thing, aren't we? Alright, let's actually do what we're supposed to do today and do some programming. So which one were we working on? It is Shadow Monster. And for now, because it is a temporary, we just kind of have to do the good old SP boss temp SP boss temp 1 SP boss temp 2. I should probably actually recolor temp 2 and temp 3 so I can actually tell the difference between the phases of them. That would probably be wise. So I believe this is the initializer function. Yeah, that's spawn function, so this is objects array. I can't think of anything at the moment. We might get there eventually though. Oh, I'm probably gonna have to make one object for the shadow thing actually. It's because it's gonna have to be the claws, the rending thing. Stats array, boss, stats array. So this is a hard boss that has a lot of tank. So I'm actually going to give it fairly low armor, all things considered, because it's going to have like 50% damage reduction. That's one of its, the inherent things I plan on doing with it. Damage is probably going to be quite on the high side because it's supposed to be like high damage, thing. You want to get close enough to deal damage, but not close enough to get damaged. So for now, I'm going to sit with 50. Speed is, put it as 2 for baseline. Experience, I believe base is 50 for bosses, and then 1 point. Yeah, we'll have 1.7 for now. If we feel that that's going to be not what we need, fix that later. Okay, so main attack. Probably, what is the main attack again for? Main attack alternates between a line slash and a wider but shorter swipe. Okay. So we're probably still gonna have the range be consistent for this. We might just go 200 for now. And we will come back to finishing off the attack function later. So abilities. This is a struct, I remember that. And then passive. Is there actually a passive on this? Because technically the passive isn't a passive, it's an initial passive. It will just be literally, I give it 50%, it's gonna be funny, because I'm gonna do something stupid with the code and cheat. Because there's damage amp. Enemies have a damage amp value. I'm just going to minus it by 50%. So you technically your damage is amplified by negative 50%, is what the idea is going to be. But it means that damage amp like actually counteracts this a little bit, but it means that like because damage amp's never going to really probably scale too obscenely, it's still going to keep you a bit further back with the idea of it. So we've got 2 abilities that we've got to work with. We don't actually have a passive that we probably need to do. Yeah, Okay. So two values that need to be done is damage reduction and main tech supporting. Those are, I think, like the two main stats that I can think of that need to be altered for this one. So, what is the variable going to be? It's main attack swap equals 0. And then we just have like a... a thing like that. Nice and easy. Alright, okay. Da, 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 da. Oh, dude, VTuber awards, that's right. So when is it? It's 2 p.m. PST. So December 14th at so it'd be December 15th at 11. Is it 11 a.m. or 11 p.m.? I'd assume 11 a.m. Need to look this up. PST to NCS. So let's have a converter. So put the thing. So we said it's 14th December at 2 p.m. It's 11 a.m. next day. Do I I stream on Sunday the VTuber Awards just to have something to do? Maybe. Depends on if I want to play Magic with my friends or not. Might be a fun one though. So getting distracted. There we go. Alright. Accidentally opened up Asmongold's stream, which for some reason froze your PC. Had to reboot. God damn. Asmongold fucking blue screened your PC. Not clickbait. Gone sexual. I mean, what? Actually, that's a good question. Who else is streaming at the moment? Is there anyone that's streaming that's way more interesting than me? Probably. Back to Twitch. Let's see. Matara is, Roffle is, Ferret Software is obviously, because Ferret Software is always streaming. Vitsy Pop is. Oh, Brozim is as well. Nice. Oh, is Numi streaming at the moment as well? Yeah, Numi is. Ludwig is. Apparently. Yeah, there you go. He's streaming. Cinder's streaming. Pupska's streaming. A lot of people that are way more interesting than I ever would be. Sea Dog is streaming League. Yeah, him and Ludwig are streaming League. Good lord. Oh, excuse me. I mean, to be fair, those two have been really good at doing, like, toxic things recently, haven't they? That's the fun part. Nah, I kid. League is toxic, though. Good lord. Dude, I played some ARAM again the other day, and, surprise, surprise, I was met with someone that called everyone trash. You wanna know what the best part was? Is that at one point in time, when, like, they really started pinging me, this is, like, the first time it really pinged me, they were at the Nexus, they were fighting that, they were clearly just fishing for more kills. I killed one of them and backed off into the fountain, and then I get mass pinged, like, why aren't you going in? And I'm like, Are you serious? I got like the one kill. I ain't stopping this fight. I'm on my own. I'm the only one alive right now. You think I can king 1v4? I don't have ult. I'm Lilia. And we're behind. Like, I ain't that strong. Not into multiple instances of hard CC that is just gonna have me fucking dead when they're ready for me. Brother, what? Yeah. Look, I'm okay with going like, hey, why aren't you doing this or why aren't you doing that? It's just like, but in that circumstance, like, seriously? Okay, okay. So what was the attack going to be? It was just a line slash. Hmm. Can't remember. Can damage zone parent thing. Handle damage done with rectangle. Type 0 can deal damage, type 1 can't. Because I remember there being some issues with getting the coordinates for it. Because like I don't have a great way of getting the space. Because of the way the matrices work. Because what's not obvious here is with the rectangle, it's actually a really nasty bit of code to get the rectangle working. Circle's not as bad, because a circle is a circle, I'm drawing it as a circle, right? How that is, makes sense. With the rectangle, however, I'm actually drawing it to a matrix so I can rotate it around effectively. Which is how you can get like the box. Just kind of like move down here a bit. Basically, it's how we can actually have it like go at this kind of angle. Because you don't actually inherently have a way of drawing a rectangle on an angle. You can draw it on the 4 cardinal directions. But with the system I have, I can draw it at any angular point. It's beneficial, but it's rough because of that. And it's all nice and cleanly automated as well, by the way. It's just that's the problem, is like I don't have a way of getting the collision space of it without doing some really weird stuff. Like maybe I could pass it through in this function and then have it in the space here. But like, I'm not sure it would work. Can I... Let's look it up. Collision check from a matrix. Okay, not me. Predicate. Collision check without a mask. Blah 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 blah. Physical collision. Physics collisions. Using built-in physics. No longer is it. Test of physics overlap. No, it's not really what I want. It looks like some people have got some videos about it. There's a dude that's literally here, Dragonite spam. Looks like he's got a video on it, so I might have to look at that later. If that's the case, then we might just do that. Realistically though, we're probably gonna have an object spawn for the slash, and that will deal the damage. So probably we should just work with that assumption and just spawn an object to deal damage in that area. What would be a good temporary object? I guess the temporary projectile, right? So... Also, I need to remember that I should do this correctly. Hey, luck, how's it going? Underlayer. Figured out that art stuff. Thank you for the link again. Nice. I'm always glad I could assist. Can now use if this slightly better than a complete green on. Dude, I swear stuff like Linux is a great way of never making you feel like you know what you're doing. It's because all my experiences with Linux, and I have got a good bit of experience with Linux in a sense, like all my experience with Linux is just like, you're a moron. You feel like a moron. You're an absolute moron. It's kind of why I like Windows, because I feel like a fucking genius now, because I know how so much of Windows works, and I can fuck with it in ways I'm not supposed to. Very, very easily. It's not a hard one to mix around with once you have worked with Linux. Linux is very good at that, though. Linux is very good at always making you feel like you're not doing well. But it gives you a lot of room to work with. Which, again, if everyone understood computers to a real high level and high degree, Linux would probably actually be the more popular OS, but that's not the case. The vast majority of people just want a simple and basic thing. That's why Apple and Windows are such popular OSs. Apologies. Yawning. Love me a good GUI. Fair. Do I have a thing for the projectile to handle a... I don't have a step event handler. Do I implement a quick step event handler? I could. So what have I got to do for this? Let's see. Got the AI running too, but still have some still have to develop a personality for it. Perhaps allow emergent consciousness to arise. You're gonna be waiting a long time for the consciousness thing. It is better to just like pre-code in a basic performant personality and develop from there. I'm sure there's probably some frameworks that wouldn't be too hard to find to get like something going. But it would be like, what's a good example of what I kind of would do? I mean, one of the things I did a lot when I made my AI way back when, so there's probably better systems for this, is I just had it observe my interactions and actions with events and be able to pass through what I was interacting with. So what that would mean is basically like it would let's see. It would, if I went to say like click on something, it would be able to see at a glance I have clicked on something. Alright? But then it would proceed to do the next action, which is view the local area around the click. And then, based on that, pass through all those events, everything that's around it, and like from there, it can learn how did I interact with certain things, and from there, develop personality as well as understanding. Did that way back in the day, like 2014 era scripting. Yeah, like that's kind of my thing of like I did that back when. This is how it kind of did stuff. The issue was, I found, and I stand by this, is why I'm kind of glad the AI ended up just thinking itself to death and dying, because I never kept maintaining it, is that morality is something that does not, like, traverse action. So it could understand my decisions it would make, but it would not understand and it would kind of understand the reasoning, but it would not understand the concept of restriction. So from there, it would not develop what you could consider like the human filter, right? Just why I stand by it's just not knowing how to it's not allowed to edit its own code, and it kind of let itself I let itself die. Those two things are resulting of the fact that like it was getting to a point where it was a dangerous kind of thing. Hooray for robots. Yeah. It's a difficult thing because it did it became one of the most philosophical kind of questions you could ever ask, which is what is morality? Is it part of the decisions we make, or is it a set of rules? Is it this or that? And the fact that the AI, based on observation, could not comprehend morality made me kind of come to the answer of like, that is something that we as humans have as an advantageous sort of thing, where organic life has that concept at the very least. Is the idea of learning contextual casing where something is appropriate, something is not, and what scenarios those things are. Because I played a lot of video games, there's probably also an aspect of it, because it's like, it's recognizing I'm killing a lot of things. So it's recognizing this is okay, but it might not be able to differentiate the context of that being a video game and the concept of real life, right? While it did understand there was a difference between game and reality, it's the rationale behind that's kind of fascinating. just as a mild sort of thing. But yeah, so this is probably what I would recommend towards this, is the AI just goes through an observer tool system, and you just take some actions to figure it out. I highly recommend, by the way, if you're going to do this observer pattern, make it local data, and then if it's like, I actually really don't understand what I'm looking at, have it be able to expand this space that it's looking at, but put in restrictions. The reasoning I'm saying for this is because it will eventually not have to expand. It will be able to understand contextually where you are and what you're looking at. But while it's not able to, let it take more information in. That's if you use this observer pattern. I wouldn't say it's probably the best out there, but this is just our way of doing information sort of thing, if you want it to learn in kind of like an organic observer system. But there are restrictions and limitations to that, especially if you're going to, in a sense, one of your maybe protocols, if you've got the right security in place for this, is have it so you can kind of like maybe capture card from your main PC to the AI location, and that way you don't have to worry about doing stuff on the laptop. You're just capture carding in, and it does the information from there. The issue is when you start getting into like multiple monitors and all that, depends on how you do the capture. Information can get kind of on the rougher side. But that's, again, me trying to find like interesting ways to do that. This is probably how I would approach it if I was to do it myself. Because then that way, like, you can have it be a clippy on your other PC going like, hey, I see you're doing that. Based on my analysis and understanding as an assistant sort of tool, this is what I would potentially recommend in this case instead. Be interesting. No. I don't know if that's probably the best suggestion I could ever give, but that's just, again, me speaking from what I would do in the given context. It's always important to find your own answer as well, right? But allow it to be informed by the information you have available to you. Some inspirational words. Hell yeah. Okay, now I can pass through a step event into this. What I'm going to do for a step event... Thank you for the words. Exactly. Dude, I can word really well. One of my few skills I have. Hey, I got actually asked about that yesterday. It's like, oh wow, you're really good at like explaining things and talking about things. It's like, man, I'm kind of like glad. Like, this is one of those times like I'm really glad I did do my degree, my first one, because regardless of if I ever actually use it or not, so one issue I had when I was younger, and I don't know if other people have had this kind of issue, is kind of, so again, not to be like egotistical or anything like this, but I was considered kind of in that like genius category, right? My issue was not like my ability to understand things and all that. My ability struggle was to convey. So I couldn't convey like my thoughts very well. Because like this basically was really bad and I couldn't do this, a lot of people would just go like, I would have a lot of issues with people because it's like I'm trying to explain a difficult topic and I would not be able to like do it in a way that was one understandable or sorry one understandable and or two respectful, right? Because this is what we talked before about like the whole idea of you can have a debate if the setting is correct for it. Debates are great. But the problem with debates is like sometimes that aspect of like someone's just going to get upset. You need to be respectful for the other person's opinion and understanding. I could not do those two things consistently, so vain respect. So like these are the two things that I struggled with. During my degree, I learned a lot of vocabulary, I learned a lot of understanding about debating and structures around debating, and I learned a lot about, again, like human philosophy, human psychology, education related as well, heavily, and politics, which all three of those contributed very heavily to how I best structure myself. I had done stuff in these fields previously, but this is like where I finally got to bring all of my knowledge together and kind of. I would not call myself in that genius category anymore, but now I have the ability to convey my understanding and information better in a way that's respectful and good at explaining. I'm not sure that I always nail that. And that's one of those like perpetual, I will always try and aim to improve things, but you know how it goes. Um, I think it's still just damage. Like that. Hmm. Actually, how am I gonna do this? think this is how we do it. Attack, hold, brick. Point distance is X, Y, target X, target Y, is less than or equal to, say, 5 for prosperity's sake, safety's sake. So this one's currently, if it was 1, so let's put it at 0. Because again, we want it swapping between the two. I need to probably swap the state out immediately, though. I think on this. So we no longer have any of this potentially looping up at all. Awesome, I think that works. Ooh. Dude, I love how little has been done today and how much of the time has been spent just talking about, like, Magic the Gathering and shit. I really need to, like, nudge my friends to find out when they'd be willing to do a stream of it. I think it's, like, Saturday has been talked about a little bit. But I don't want to, like, commit them to it yet. And it's kind of the really bad time of year as well, in a sense. I can ask this coming weekend if they might be willing to do it next week. We'll see. Yeah, holidays are rough, man. Holidays are rough. Technically, I love how this is the case with me, right? Is that, like, I bounce between talking about what I do as both, like, a holiday and work. And that's the problem, is that I can't really differentiate the two things anymore. Like, I spend 5 days a week streaming for around 5, 6, 7 hours now, which is not a small amount of time. But like that is a thing I can do by choice. It is not monetarily beneficial for me to do this. In fact, it would be beneficial if I stopped doing it, because I could go do other things. And I don't really get that much money out of like commissions or anything like that. Just how that goes. And it's really funny, but I treat it like work, but I really enjoy it. And that's why I like the idea of doing the streaming. I really do. But I would like to do some like little side gig things like the commissions for supplementing it and thinking how fun that might be. The problem is, right, is one of the things I kind of want to offer is voice stuff. As I actually do want to do, like, I do want to actually get into voice acting again. I'll probably put that on the Ko-fi as well, right? Like, you can fucking spend like $1 to get me to say basically like a few minute clip of whatever you fucking want. The problem is I do not have the audio set up right now to best do that. Because I've actually listened back to the streams recently since we've done the VTubing thing, and I do recognize how there is a little bit more echo than I would like. Why is that? Well, I'm in a kind of biggish room. There is no soundproofing. I'm not going to do a good answer to that until I move and have a reason to do that. Because the buying soundproofing now would result in one of two things. I would overbuy and have wasted if I move to a place where it's not necessary, or I will underbuy and then I'll still have to buy some at the new place, so I might as well wait till I just get to the new place and then offer it then. Because then I can actually put the extra effort in and ensure that I'm doing things correctly. But then, yeah, you can fucking get me to say whatever, and it'll be nice, clean, crisp audio. Knowing me, it would be very crisp. Because I'll probably set up like a separate sound system for it, so it just makes sure it comes out even more cleaner than my stream would ever be. I wonder how interesting it would be to watch me play fucking Commander with other people. Apparently China has military drones that look like birds. It's finally true, boys. The government drones at the park are coming for you. That is such a fucking security thing. Goodbye privacy, I guess. But this is China, so you know. It is what it is. Okay, so what did I say that the other attack was going to be? It was a round the area slash, right? A shorter swipe. How do I want to do a shorter swipe? I could just make it like a nice little simple circular attack around the monster. So it's like, it does so instead of a swipe, it's more like, has a line attack where it will do kind of a slash that will go this way. Oh, what an incredible arrow. So the slash is kind of like that. Going out like that sort of thing. Or it could be a circular thing where it erupts out. Apparently, Siri just activated, because fucking why not? I could add a knockback to that? I don't know, maybe. But just like have it as a small little nuke field. I'm fine with it being a small little nuke field. It would be, ironically, kind of similar to this in code, then. Or in practice. The difference would be type becomes 0, and then what are the values I need to put in for circular thing? Because we don't need target direction. We don't need target. We need duration. Duration can be shortened to, say, 80 to be faster. Damage zone parent. Create. So I need radius instead. And we can put damage in through that as well. God damn it, I went to Alt-Tab inside of the document. Now I believe I have it so it triggers functions on completion. Does it? Yes, I do have function trigger on completion. Hey Inya, how's it going? It's going not too bad here. Been working on one of the bosses. There we go. Almost done with those VMs. Oh god. Free BSD is a pain when you try and get old versions of stuff. I can imagine. I can imagine. Okay. Where is... What is it? It's... Funk and Funk Arcs. There we go. Need to learn BSD too. Well, why not BDSM? That's pretty good as well. Could always learn that. Huh? I mean, what? What? No. What? No. That's... Christian Minecraft server here. How dare you insinuate anything less? Very familiar with it already. You are French. That makes sense. Don't look further into what that may entail. I don't think anyone's willing to delve deep enough to understand what that joke was about. Unix based. It's not very different from Linux. Oh boy, are you gonna become a Linux user then? Actually, no. Isn't your server run on Linux anyway? Because like you're a normal, actual human being that thinks that your brain a little bit and uses Linux for server-based stuff. In Soviet Russia, British as you. In Soviet Russia, women chase men. To be fair, I love like the Soviet woman memes, where it's just like they're fucking giant bears. That will always tickle me, those ones. Of course, I use Linux. Yeah, of course, of course. I can't imagine doing like some of the server stuff without Linux at this point, now that I think about it. Considered the safer OS and cybersecurity if proper setup. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I mean, to be fair though, like that's kind of that whole thing of like using the words proper setup with like quotation marks on that. It's hard because like theoretically anything is good in cybersecurity if you properly set it up, but properly setting it up, the time commitment could be higher, the resource requirement could be higher. I could proper set up Windows to be pure and safely everything, but like, the amount of work I'd need to put into that, it's fucking nasty. Didn't know Mac was Linux until until one of my college buddies was like, dude, that's Unix. It's almost the same as Linux, blew my way. I mean, yeah, no, it's, in a sense, the best way to think about it is that basically everything's Linux, just with a better coat on it. Because that's what Linux is. Linux is like a very raw operating system. It's considered better due to how it handles dependencies. Okay. No, I can see that. More annoying, but safer. Yeah. I can see how that would be good for security stuff. Yeah. bit of a pain in the ass to set up that sort of thing. Could have switched to team. Goddamn. Nah, just do what I did and fucking run Windows DOS. That's what I grew up on. Windows DOS, and then like right into EXP. Oh, no. I did have Windows, is it 2000? I think it was. Had that for a little bit. OpenBSD pretends Linux, if I recall. They're both an implementation. Yeah, sounds right. Oh, it's because I'm trying to think. What OSs have I used that like date me? Because I know the first computer I worked at home from was Windows DOS. MS-DOS, sorry, Microsoft DOS. Because, yeah, oh god, I just saw some imagery for it. Oh, I just had some flashbacks that I do not enjoy. And then it was like, Windows, is it 2000? Oh, yeah, no, I remember Windows. Yeah, I remember that. That's familiar. And then I think I went from there to XP. Let's see. Remember the Macintosh 2 laptop? Oh god. So you got the same avatar as Nico Sakoi. Maybe. I mean, this is an open public one from the link on the YouTube stream in the description there. It's on both. So it's a public one. What's the point of the game? So the point of this game is it's Vampire Survivors like. Alright, but with VTubers. At the moment, I'm just implementing another boss that I'm gonna have to make the assets for at some point. One day, one of these days, I will catch up with these fucking assets. Once we get the shadow boss working, we're probably just gonna spend the rest of the time working on assets, realistically. But yeah. Got a range of characters. You can go into your missions with modifiers. You can't really see them because I'm in the way. But yeah. Vampire Survivors for Bubba Boobies. Hell yeah. Is it for final profit? I cannot profit off this game. By all that exists for legal intentions, this game cannot be monetized, and I don't really intend to try and find a way to monetize it. It is a passion project. But it's important to acknowledge that it's not monetizable. Because the characters in it are of a variety of different, like, things, and I don't want to have any restrictions on characters I want to make. So, at this point in time, it would just be detrimental to try and talk with the companies to get all of them on board with the idea of being able to monetize something like this, right? God, I still think this build is really good. Your skills look very good. You should try Roblox dev. I I mean, I've never touched Roblox, nor do I really intend to in any time soon. Does this even do anything at the moment? I don't think it does, right? Yeah. But I'm gonna take that as a nice solid compliment. I mean, at this point in time, though, I've got enough games in the long list of things I want to make. I'll focus on them first. Still trying to toss up whether I make the card game that I've talked about a few times on stream or in Game Maker or in Unity. Because like that, I want to make it in Game Maker. I kind of want to stick with Game Maker as much as I can. Because it's just such a nice platform for doing stuff in. But if I want to introduce the ability for modding and stuff, and I want to add like this and that details to it, Unity is several times easier for a lot of it. So it would probably be worth just like considering that. I'm just gonna let this auto target because I don't want to fuck it. But yeah. I do need to figure out that at some point. The pain. Roblox got, for not doing anything against their child labor issue, because they also profit from it. Okay, so I'm actually... So I get where you're kind of coming from, yeah, but I'm about to show something, and this is gonna, like, be a kind of one of those moments. And I apologize in advance. Give me a second to try and find the file. And see if I can do it correctly. Because I might have to hide some details on it. Because I think it might have my name. Okay, here we go. Let's see, text color, turn that to white so you can't see it. And delete this with this. Actually, no, I'm gonna make sure I cut this. Do that for a moment. And double check there's nothing else that could jeopardize me or any of the people involved. Cool. Okay, so this is an entire essay I wrote at an academic level in my later years. On, like, basically a complaint towards this stuff. Right. This is something I'm really, really willing to hate on. Because I'm going to be honest, I get where you're coming from now. I'm not going with the intention of changing your mind, but I cannot agree with that sentiment. Because that is a sentiment that's shared by a lot of people that don't actually crunch numbers, nor understand what is actually happening. And I don't, like, blame people for not wanting to do those sorts of things. But... So this is like, how much, what is the words for this? Let's see. I believe I can get... word count. Yeah, so this is about 2,000, just under 2,000 word essay. So I think this is 1,800 for everything that's non-reference. So we're going to go through this. This isn't a very well-written essay, I'm going to be honest. This was something that I slapped out in like 2-3 days because I was just like ill at the time. But, nonetheless. So, game development is never been easier, blah blah blah. This will be kind of just, you know, generic introduction. So let's actually get to the meat and gravy of this. So Roblox is one of the many platforms where individuals can design, create their own thing, vision, while sharing it with the rest of the world. However, the prevalence of younger individuals on the platform has raised questions about how Roblox advertises as part of the platform and is potentially harmful or predatory motives for these youths. So this is kind of the perspective that you've got on this right now. If I was to kind of summarize it, is just this line here. Now keep in mind, I will say this is not one that's going to answer everything perfectly, but this is a perspective thing, and it is very much like, I mean, keep in mind, it's a response to an article, which is, this is the big topic on it. So it's got a little bit more personalized stuff in it than it should normally for an essay, but because it's easy programming. If you make a good 3D game on it, you can see a successful game and lots of potential monetize. I mean, I'm not fussed about monetization. Like, I like money, but I'm not worried about it when it comes to game dev as well. Game dev's passion. It's in the same direction. Okay, cool. So these could be monetary issues such as restrictions to pay or lower their promised revenue, or the issues with the use of miners for the company's profits. Due to Roblox not being being the only platform in which developers can release games, there are a lot of comparisons drawn from such places in the industry, leading to further questions being raised by the company's approach. For this, engaging with the discourse in the article, blah blah blah, written by this person around Roblox's approach to game development on its platform, and how it's more reasonable than the article may make it out to be. So you can already see where my stance might be going on this. So revenue split comparison. This is going to be a big one, because a lot of people are going to point this out with like the whole child labor stuff. So in the article, it talks about an unfair revenue split between the platform and these creators, explaining 25% of the revenue to the developers, with Roblox platform keeping the remaining 75% for themselves. Along with the split, the developers must pay $5 monthly fee for premium features and can only withdraw an amount over this value, the platform's internal currency. The internal currency is both sold and purchased with real-world money, but the difference between the two prices is substantial, with costing this much and selling it thing. And this is, again, this is actually a timed specific, so you have to go look at the article if you want to know if that's still the case or not. But basically, yes, this is $1,000 to buy, but it's only about $350 US to get back. Comparing these revenue splits with other platforms directly, such as Steam, has the users selling their products as well as with 30% profit from the platform total sale, leaving 70% in the developer's hands instead. So it's basically an invert. Right? Gotta go. Have a good night. All good. Thanks for stopping by. While the difference between these platforms' payouts clearly different, what needs to be understood is, unlike Steam, and this is where I'm going to start getting to this, Roblox supplies things like servers, lobby hosting, assets, monetization elements, and other in and out of game systems, which are normally be left for the developers to cover. This creates a system where the developer can focus more on the development of the game and internal systems, which can be argued to reflect in the revenue difference. So Roblox supplies less money but far more services to the developer's product. Right? I wasn't thinking of Roblox platform doing the child labor directly, but of hosting a platform such independent groups have formed and the issue exists within those groups. That is not very well founded. I'm going to say that. There is no real direct evidence for some of that stuff. So I'll go on a little bit with this though. So along with this, the profit gained from the platforms other platforms is actual money and not in an internal currency system that has an inflated cost to sell value. So we've got the thing before talked about. The article draws comparison of the similarity between Roblox being like an old script system used by mining companies that was later outlawed due to its questionable nature that led to a monopoly in this environment. So what I kind of mean by this is, if you do know what I'm referring to, what basically happened was like, in the US especially, mines would pay you with like a script thing, and you would take that script and you could go buy resources with that, your food, your all of that sort of stuff. So everything was very internalized and very like everything was there, and you basically, the company owned everything. They owned the food, they owned the supplying, so they could actually supply and demand themselves, which created a false monopoly. So it's like this affected the livelihood of a number of people, as the very goods and services they needed to survive were supplied and priced by the people that also paid their wages. So that's kind of that point, right? What needs to be acknowledged is that, however, in the setting, is food and supplies to live, whereas Roblox just within thing for games, features, and cosmetics. That's the big important thing here. So while loose comparison, quite hyperbolic, negatively reflect on the writer, yeah, so I basically just kind of shit on the writer here, because I don't like the article. The nature of the in-game currency and the issues around the mental valuing, comparison to real money. Let's see. Oh yeah, people are more willing to spend in-game currency, that's a big thing. But yeah, here we go. Youth developers. This is probably going to be a big one for this. So, further looking at the argument, the article states that a large portion of the developers are youth. The article discusses the system used by Roblox is exploitative of these youth due to the lower offering of monetary return, keeping in mind that this works more as a platform to facilitate developers than rather a direct hire. So consider this as a platform where you can freelance. It appears a bit more of a safe place for these individuals to practice game development with additional tools. The article also seems to not mention any of the other development engines as comparison, which would actually be more accurate. This becomes more important as potentially these youth developers could later transition into a different engine and continue developing games with built-up experience. They could also find that they do not like the process and think. Basically, how I see Roblox is, even if you call it a child labor scenario, they can opt out at any time. There is the false theory that they might get paid. That is something that I call out at some point. I call out advertising. Because basically I say like, hey, yeah, they probably advertise a little too much towards this, but it's a company. They want to make money. They actually make a shitload of money, by the way. So it's, again, I do not have any negativity towards Roblox around this at all. Roblox does not support child labor nor anything like that. If anything, if there is youth being exploited, that's actually something that is completely unrelated to them and happens anyway in other places. I could make the same argument with a child in a family restaurant working. This is actually legal in some countries. Do you consider that child labor? Yes, that is child labor, but it's also not. This is where it gets to the complex thing. So, again, I get where you're coming from, yeah, but, like, that's why it's, like, the point of Roblox is that it's an environment where someone can develop in with a lot of tools available to them that they would normally not have. You can make money, not a lot, but you can. There is evidence of this being the case, but the big thing is, again, you don't need to pay the money to unless you are getting money. And if you actually make the comparison like I do here of Roblox versus a game engine, because that's what you are actually doing, the game engines cost significantly more. Because it's a low investment. So you're not paying to get into it. You pay a little to get some money out of it. And you don't have to set up servers. You don't have to set up anything like that. Is the revenue split, therefore... Actually, it's also better than it was when I wrote this. Because there's other aspects to it that mean that you can actually get a higher revenue share. There were things missing from this, as well as some things that were getting implemented around when this was partly written. So, this is why I say, like, at the end of the day, I get the sentiment, but the evidence isn't there for that complaint. And I hope you kind of understand that, like, that's where I'm coming from with that. As I said, that was the initial point of Roblox, but the most successful maps are made by development teams. These people are to blame when it happens, when they just get children to code for them, and they do nothing. So, where's the evidence of this? I'm gonna say this now. Where is the evidence that these larger teams are hiring in children and not paying them? Because I need that evidence to get where you're coming from. Because I've heard word of mouth of it, but I've never seen anything to track with it. That's the big thing with that. It becomes a very difficult argument when I'm working with word of mouth, because then I can't give validity to it. And if you're gonna give me a article that just says, trust me bro, I'm gonna call you out on that as well. Because that's the thing, is I looked this up when I wrote that. That was earlier this year I wrote that article. That was 2024 that I wrote that article. I did not see any actual evidence of this being the case that could be guaranteed. And that's my issue with that. And even if it is occurring, it's probably on such a small scale that while there should be something done about it, it's not something that I blame Roblox for at all, and I do not hold it against Roblox. I hold it against those people, but there's just nothing that Roblox can really actually do. And it requires people finding this out and calling them out, and therefore maybe Roblox taking an action then of banning them or disallowing them. Which they have actually shown evidence of doing stuff like that in the past. When something gets really sketchy and is weird, they will actually just remove that stuff, even if it makes them money. Because Roblox is actually a decent platform. That was the reason why I hated on that article, because a lot of its article stuff was like moral arguments going like, hey, I don't like how this looks, using partial facts as a point. And that's what I saw most of the time for that side of the argument. The other side of the argument, there was just no real facts to contradict it, and that's the point. This is where I kind of point at that whole sense of always look at every bit of evidence that comes your way with skepticism. It's okay to hate on a company. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong for disliking the company for those reasons. I'm just making sure it's understood that some of those reasons might not be actually founded. I'm also not going to tell you to go play Roblox. Yes, this is the issue with someone that actually, like, I know this is a bad habit of mine. It's like, I actually wrote something about this. Let me pull up an essay that I have to counteract that argument. But I stand by. I do agree that the advertisement of Roblox being a way for you to make money is a bit questionable. And I do think it has some predatory aspects to it. And I don't think it's 100% justified just because, like I say, a company's designed to make money. There is a moral argument to be made that, yeah, it should probably be like an effort made by them to clearly show that this isn't everyone. But like, I do not blame them. For example, they actually go and get like hero story things, right? Where they talk to some of these young kids that make a map or a game or whatever they're fucking called inside of Roblox, and they're successful and they make like a couple $100. Like, they go get a story like that and then I'll post it places so you can see that. It makes sense, right? I see no reason why that's a bad thing. In fact, I think that's a really good thing because that gives inspiration. It's like, hey, this is what could happen if you are lucky, you put the time and work into it, yada yada yada. But I will definitely disagree with the argument that Roblox does nothing in those cases. They do put in effort somewhat with that stuff if there is evidence that they can get. They often take action. And I've not seen any substantial actual evidence to children getting used by these larger scale teams without like it being understood that they're not going to get money. Like, there are some times where I've seen some like sub map things. It's kind of weird. It's like, to my understanding, it's like they have like game room thing, and then you can like make things for those and all that, right? Their hands are tied because they're so big. What do you mean? Do you mean they're not gonna do something about like a group that they know is actively doing something that's illegal? They have straight up removed people from the platform. Like, they've blocked people being able to produce stuff. They've removed their content from it if they found out it was in violation of things. They make more than enough money to not give a shit about that. Like, their profit margins are insane. That's why they pay out as much as they do. And why they can do so with low investment cost from their user base. Because yeah, Steam doesn't give you a server to your game. You have to produce that. Same with Epic. None of those do. You have to produce your own server for a game if you want server-side stuff. What were the two things? They can only make small changes, but put band-aids on the boo-boo, like you said, money first, everything else second. Yes and no. A company is designed to make money, but like, you're now kind of twisting my words in that logic to make it sound worse. So I kind of disagree with that. Like, yeah, to an extent, they can only just, like, remove the content of the map and then block that user from doing stuff, so that doesn't stop them from being able to redo it all over again. But then, like, if it's very obvious, they'll find it out and they'll maybe IP ban, yada yada yada. But at that point in time, it becomes like an ongoing war, right? Okay, here's apparently an article from The Guardian, which I'm never too fussed with The Guardian stuff. So, fuck off. Of millions, children claim they have been financially exploited, threatened with dismissal, and sexually harassed. Okay. So, I want to see... I'm just going to scroll through this really quickly while I kind of skim read. Yeah. Okay, so we've got a... Okay, so now we've got 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait. 4. Okay, so I've got 4 names here. So 4 people that they've got. And I'm not seeing any actual references. I'm hearing a lot of hearsay here. I'm not saying this doesn't happen, but I've now heard 4 people's responses, names altered, so we can't even guarantee everything about it all. Which is understandable, no privacy thing. But, like, a lot of this is a lot of people making a very large sweeping accusations on a very minor amount of people that exist. Right? And no offense, but, like, I do agree that some of the things that are being mentioned here, yeah, they are very disgusting. But, like, that is the point, right? This is why I do not like... This is not an academic article. This is an article written by someone to sell you to come and look at it. Guardian is pretty safe. No, it's not. No. I speak from very good experience on this. I have fact-checked Guardian articles constantly. They are not that accurate. This is the thing, is like, there is no way to fact check this. How can I guarantee that this is even fucking saying anything outside of, I talked with 4 people and they told me this? This is like going onto Reddit, hearing someone tell you a singular story and going, oh, well, now I clearly hate everything to do with what they talked about. So, is that a good representation, especially when we were talking about in one of these things of, like, there being millions of users? So half of all US children now have an account. more than 27 million games and experiences have been published. So if we were to kind of even half that, right, as a argument to say how many things have gotten made, so that is, we'll just go with like a solid 10 million people have participated on making stuff for the platform, potentially. Alright. And only 5% of them actually make money. Okay, so let's go kind of backwards from all of this then. So that means only like what? If it's 10 mil, like 500,000, right? 500,000 teams make money that are even like. Oh no, it's publish something of their own. Sorry, my bad. I misread that part. Yeah, like, no offense, this has done a lot of the things that I was saying. It's like, it's referring to how it's like, oh, they make a shitload of money. And like, this is how many people are in it and all this sort of stuff. Okay, cool. So like, was 10 when she built her first one. And she earned a lot. So no one enforces it, the Roblox falls under the social media category? Yes. But that's not something that, like, per se, Roblox can easily enforce. Because Roblox probably does its due diligence of having a check mark at the beginning, are you 13 years or older? I believe it does from memory. In a lot of things. Like, most of those things. That is the thing. That is the problem. There is the user agreement. User agreement will stipulate whether or not you can actually use the game. Problem is, nobody reads that shit, nor does a child give a fuck. You can't blame the company for that anymore. That is partly out of their hands, because at that point in time, you're now making an argument, oh no, this company should be able to see your fucking birth certificate to verify whether you're of age or not. It's like, no, they can't do that. That's not how that works. And that's actually something that's more on the parent at that point than on the child or on the company. They have to do their due diligence, and that's all they can do. Nothing more. Are they arguing that some, let's see, being clear with some warnings attached? Again, this is the difficulty, because, like, do I think that they should possibly advertise a bit better that not everyone makes money? Sure. As I said, no one enforces it, and it's fine. Yeah, I mean, to an extent, right? But, like, the problem is that on the platform, there's already weird, creepy stuff that exists, and there has been a lot of effort by Roblox to actually try and deal with this from time to time. They've constantly played around on that, and in fact, that's why I'm actually wondering what's going to happen after the R18, like the A18 plus thing with verification to VR chat. Because I wonder if, like, they might see that and do that as well. A marketplace of moderation. I mean, simply put, all I can say is I can kind of agree with an argument that, like, maybe not even 1% of the people that, like, make stuff on here potentially are problematic. And that's about all I can agree with you on. But that's kind of an argument of, yeah, but any population has a percentage of people that are bad, right? Like, that are criminals or something like that. And do the police catch all of them? Not always, no. They try their best, but, like... So, this is why I'm like, it's a very difficult thing to argue that. I'm not going to say you're wrong for still disliking the Roblox thing. Again, I just don't really give a shit. But I will kind of defend part of it because I have done this research and I've known a lot of people like making up shit to say that Roblox is bad. But it's actually not anywhere near that bad. By the way, if you are so interested, I will happily show you all the references to the media that I had in that academic article. Like, I'm more than happy to, because I have all of them in there. And that's kind of a point of me saying, like, it's about having references. That article has no verifiable way of being able to check all of its claims. And by not having that, I cannot give it validity. Because all it becomes is a trust me bro moment. And that's how I treat every article I read, is if it does not have verifiable information, it is not true, or it could be not true. And that is the best way to look at every article you read. Go do the research yourself if you're interested. I'm normally not interested in this shit. I just had to write something, and that was the only one I could think about when I read the articles that I had to choose from. I looked at that article, I'm like, man, this dude's a fucking dick. And he's making such, like, insane claims about Roblox that it's, like, basically, as bad as, like, some of these fucking, like, Dark Age shit. And I'm like, no. So I did a little bit of digging, found out how fucking wrong that shit is, and then just went further with it and did that. I love proving people wrong with academic resources. But yeah, no, it's like, this is the problem as well, is like, I would not be surprised if we actually pulled all the stats for it, like, only 1% of the people that actually produce content for that game make enough to make it actually worthwhile. That would not surprise me in the slightest. And there's an argument to be made, well, yeah, then that's, like, kind of bad, because people aren't made that, that's not made very transparent. Yeah, but you know what I also kind of say to that? 1% of fucking 27 million things is still an obscene amount. It's the same with YouTube. Does YouTube very clearly say you cannot, like, only 1% of people, not even that, actually make enough money to, like, live off YouTube content creation? No, they say that nowhere. In fact, they still just advertise, hey, make your videos and you can make money. And I don't see people, like, pitchforking them for that same argument. Well, actually, that's a lie. I do see people pitchforking them. But, like, those people are just pitchforking for the sake of pitchforking, right? This is why I say it's a very difficult argument, because you're not wrong for disliking them, and you're not wrong for this being the reason for you disliking them. It's just the issue that, like, it's a lot less prevalent than media makes it look like. So if that still doesn't change your opinion, that's fair and fine. In fact, that's your decision, right? 100%. You have the full right to not like them still, even if it is at all present, but it is not as prevalent. That's the important distinction to make here. Welcome to how that stuff actually works in academic settings, by the way. A healthy amount of skepticism is critical thinking, puts on tinfoil hat. Exactly. But no, that is true, though. I actually like Thor's analogy with this, with Pirate Software Thor. He makes a really good argument. Treat every day like April 1st. Because it's true. Do not take anything at face value. That's why I immediately said that whole, like, I did find one verifiable info. Roblox released age statistics of devs of the top games, showing the vast majority are over 18. Yep, I do know that. I'm not disputing that in the slightest. Of the top earners, that does not surprise me that the vast majority are over like that specific age. Because at that point in time, it's probably companies and it's probably people that are doing it as a passion project that actually have programming experience. Just happens sometimes that people literally get scammed. Yeah, and it sucks. I'm not going to dispute that at all. But, like, that's... You know what a good example of this is now? And take this as you will. Minecraft mods. I'm not even kidding. We could actually make a distinction with Minecraft mods a little bit with this one. The vast majority of successful monetary mods for Minecraft are probably over 18 developers. But you can make money out of them. As well as an uncountable amount to get made constantly. And there are some scammers out there. And there are some really scummy people. Is it on Minecraft or on CurseForge or anything like that? Is it their fault that it becomes a case? No. But they do probably make an effort if that is a really problematic individual. Some? Well, yeah. I'd rather compare to the Bedrock Marketplace. I mean, does that really change much, though? I'm pretty confident that that doesn't really change the argument in any way. But I do get the agreement with changing that situation. So that's why it's like, it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one. Again, you are not denied the fact that you are probably, in a sense, correct for this argument. Because it's a personal perspective one, right? So, do not think I'm trying to say you're wrong for the way you're thinking on this. Microsoft literally copied Roblox Marketplace, but for a long time there was a big problem with stolen / reposted content for profit. Actually, I do remember that. Yes, that was true. Yeah. And that does actually happen on Roblox, except they have a little bit better moderation for that. If it is clearly duplicate content, you can report it and they'll check it, right? Making dinner right now, but I'm listening. Yeah, all good. But yeah, no, I believe there's better stuff for that on Roblox. But I do think Microsoft did make an effort as well. I think it's cleaned up a fair bit now, from what I last heard. Because they have added reporting functions. I don't think the reporting stuff was like that well fleshed out initially, right? I might need to, again, this is me trying to do memory, so I can't verify anything that I'm saying right now. Take it as take it as that, exactly that. I'm trying to think. Well then what? Oh, yeah, by the way, have you... I love how I ask this every time. Have you looked at the card doc again? Or nah? Into sleepers? Fair enough, fair enough. Probably tired you out with that whole debatey thing. Have an amazing day. All good now. You have an amazing rest as well. I'll catch you later. That's a good point. I should double check. They don't know. They're not around. I should ping that person later. Maybe. So I'm trying to think how I'm going to approach a lot of this. So the firing the things around, that shouldn't be hard to do. Oh, sorry. Because, like, what I'd probably need to do is have just like a cascading time source creating thing, and then just have it so, like, when it hits a certain value of it, it gets it out of the rest of the thing. Which shouldn't be too hard. Depends on how I want to do it. It's probably like, I don't have any, I'd have to do a QA at some point specifically, like the idea behind it, but for now it seems like most car games, no more, no less. And now gone. Okay. Good to know, good to know. I'll keep that in mind. Because, yeah, it's, in a sense, it's not here to break the mold, but also I should probably give it a bit of a unique feel. It's one of those things that, like, I feel like it needs to actually have gameplay testing to get there. Fire through things every half second. Then do if I do this 10 times, that's 5 seconds of it firing shit. That sounds fucking painful. Probably less than that then. Like, three seconds? Yeah, I think 3 seconds sounds good. It could potentially go up a little bit, but not by a huge. That's, again, that's not hard to make, it's just gonna be a lot of silly things to be written. So this one will be... What is it? So it's for objects have vision layer to drag layer and drag that's kind of what I'm thinking with this. So it would be like a very, like, they spawn, 1 second goes, and then it's just, and you're done. Okay, so we do have the shadow monster loosely designed there. Oh god, actually that's kind of something that's a little funny, if anyone hasn't heard about that. They've already managed to... So, the fucking devs gave access to the models from Marvel Rivals pretty early on. There was like a doc folder that they basically made public. It's really funny. And I love how one of the first things I see, like, after that all got really done, was so, like, a thing going, yeah, no, the models are so detailed, this is gonna make doing, like, R-rated content with them way easier. And I'm like, what the f do you mean? I don't... What? So yeah, that's apparently a thing. Oh, dude, Cry For Me's out now. I gotta listen to that later. So I listened to it on the stage, but I want to listen to it properly. That's fucking cool, man. Oh, I just realized, by the way, the restriction I had for talking about Arcane is gone. Has been this week, we just haven't really had a situation to talk about. So now, feel free to, like, talk about spoilers about it, with me. Because I am not going... If you haven't watched it by now, you're probably not going to give a shit, or you should have probably watched it by now. It's 2 weeks. More than enough time to have found a way to watch it. It's always my kind of argument on that sort of stuff. 2 weeks after is normally enough time. And yeah. But no, I'm blood. Oh man. Now I'm just getting all the memories of that show. I need it. I kind of want to rewatch it like from the beginning, because there's a lot of things that get talked about, and I'm just like interested to see how true some of it is. Okay. I want to theory craft out some of the fucking monster, by the way, so give me a moment. Bosses. Let's grab. The fuck is this default? So I'll just grab one of the other ones as a kind of reference point so I know. So it's 128. How do I want to draw this boy? Like, I feel like... Let's see. Let's see. You know how when you go, there are cards that change forms and react to Egyptian spells and stuff? My question is, how the fuck are Kaiba's holograms doing that? Like, it's the first time he's even seen this card. You have a point. No, actually, like, you genuinely have a point. Did Kaiba never question who the fuck programmed that into my battle? Yeah, like, it's just, I'm now trying to think on this. Like, how many times has something occurred and it's just like, how did this get, like, visually put into this kind of thing? You've now, like, made me question things I didn't really think I would ever question. Well done. God, why am I thinking about this more and more? God damn it. Because, like, there's always, like, the Seal of Orichalcos as well, but, like, that one's just magic. What is that? I mean, there's an argument to be made, right? Is, like, how does it even know what the card does? So how does it know to change the stat values of the cards? And, like, especially those ones where it's just, like, almost the power of friendship bullshittery of what it does. It's like, how does it know that this is what's occurring right now? God damn it. Alright, okay, so, this is the loose idea I've got for the shadow thing. Here's the scene. Joey tries to summon a god card, and a villain tells him that he can't do it without an ancient spell. So Joey just summons an egg, and the villain just say the spell. Yeah. Like, how does it know the mechanics of this ancient fucking card? How did they program that into the game? I mean, there is a valid argument. I will say this: that Kaiba wouldn't probably know every single like card in Yu-Gi-Oh, even though he's like the dude that basically hosts everything. But still, like, because that's that argument of like, I would not expect the person that like is in charge of Hearthstone to know every single Hearthstone card. Especially when Kaiba has such a hard-on for anything that's dragon-related. If he was the one that actually designed Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, like the actual card game and that, you know there would be way more dragons. That was kind of a unique one, and a kind of card that Kaiba learned that even existed like 2 weeks prior. Yeah, that's true. That's because I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Is that like Obelisk and Slifer were they caused so many anomalies with how the programming worked, if I remember correctly. There was like a point that they kept referring to. It's like the computers can't calculate this, blah blah blah. I don't know if I like this idea anymore. I think this needs to just be cloth. I think I'm gonna go very fiddlesticksy with this. So instead of like a weird pustules and stuff like that, I'm gonna instead have kind of like this raggedy cloth. But it does beg the question, because like there were the bad guys that were basically his fucking stakeholders, right? It was like one of the storylines, if I recall correctly. I feel like that was a storyline. Then they turn into like a giant dragon as well at the end. It's like trying to remember. Dude, fucking Yu-Gi-Oh is weird, man. God, that's actually a really awful color to try and see. But for real, Kaiba's session with Blue Eyes White Dragon was some of the unintentionally funniest and coolest crap in that. Dude, I still think one of the best moments when I was a kid, but now like I think it's one of the stupidest and funniest moments, is that like one scene where like he's fighting Ishtar, I believe her name was. And she's like, I foresee that I can beat him is because he's going to use obelisks to torment her. And he's like, fuck fate, I'm going to use obelisks to summon Blue Eye. And it's just so good. But yes, no, the Abridged did a phenomenal job cranking that shit to like 11 and just going further with it. I think we can all agree one of the funniest lines as well is just good old, screw the rules, I have money. I don't think anyone's gonna ever, like, deny that would be amazing. I still remember meeting Little Hukaribo in real life. He was actually a really cool guy. I feel like I haven't said that in ages. Exactly. Man. Kinda wanna rewatch Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged at some point, I'll be honest. Like that and Hellsing Ultimate, it's always a good one. Pain over plot holes, yeah, to be fair, and this is the thing that needs to always be acknowledged with like those Abridged series, because a lot of people miss this, the whole thing of them. You know why Abridged series are so good normally? Especially like Hellsing and the Yu-Gi-Oh! One? Because they're made from a place of love. They love the series so damn much, and now they're shitting on it because it's just like their way of showing how much they love. So I Sword Art Online Abridged is also fucking phenomenal, right? Speaking of, isn't there another episode of that out now? I think there was another release, literally like today. They're shitting on the series with love and respect, and and then there are those that are just, yeah, like that's the thing, right? It's like, I think we'll all agree to an extent, if you told me what your most favorite thing is, you know how you're probably able to rip apart that series better than someone that hates it, by a long shot. It's those that know the thing can do more damage. but it's because they're doing it from a place of love. They're like, man, I wish this was just that little bit better. That's why I say, like, I rank creative insults way higher than boring ones, because that's actually probably someone that actually cares a little bit and enjoys, like, say, the content that I do. If they came in and they're like, oh, this, and this, it's like, damn, you do damage with that because you know, and that's great. My friends hate memes and all because we love it. Dude, I sent... Give me a second. I want to find this meme really quickly because I sent this to my friend and it's just an example of funny ripping it apart kind of shit, right? It's just this. I'll just minimize it a little bit more to make it maybe a bit more seeable. If you're wondering, it says pants. That shit is fucking hysterical. Oh my god. How... Someone was watching this and just had to stifle a fucking laugh. Like, when they saw that, watching it, that's their brain just ticked to that and they're like, fuck, I can't look at this seriously. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, but in the right way. But yeah, I love fucking so many other things. Dude, arcane memes are just funny. There's so many good ones that are coming out of it. And that's the good stuff, man. That's the good stuff. Instead of the bullshit where people are complaining about how Victor getting a visual overhaul and they're not happy with it. And what's worse is they haven't realized that nothing they can do is going to change anything. If you want to see anything change, you have to ask for improvements, not reversion. Nobody cares. Looks like Cthulhu's houseplant. I'm not gonna lie, kind of was what I was thinking as well. Can I send Arcane 2 memes on Discord? Go for it. Like I said, it's past 2 weeks. I don't consider it room for complaint anymore. Dude, this is like the fucking Cthulhu Lovecraftian version of goddamn Holy Grail. Bring me a shrubbery! Oh shit, no, not that kind of shrubbery. Your world is now doomed. let's put in a little bit yellow to kind of give it a clear thing at the mouth point. There we go. Consider Discord spam down. Okay, let's have a little look at some of these memes. I want to see. Let's see. Immediately, dude. No, the Echo and Jinx one, right? Like, 100%. This is how I felt while watching it. So I was just pissing myself throughout the entire episode. Watching, like, Echo, Jinx, and Jaime having a fucking holiday. And Jace actually having some of the worst fucking trauma ever, man. Man has had it rough. But yep. What's this one? Reach here, just shoot you right away without a limit. You know, that is a... Yeah, there's a point to that. Yeah. But yeah, no, this. Exactly this. It's so fucking troll, man. It's so fucking troll. Oh, man's had it just rough. Man's had it rough. That's actually just so fucking funny. Yeah, to be fair, I think one of the other ones that I saw that broke me a little bit, and I'm sure you've seen this as well, Pink Devil, is like, when she give you that, like, what is it? It's like, when she does that thing with her tongue, and it's just the scene of Heimerdinger like, face up exploding. It's like, hang on a fucking minute. Oh, there's so many stupid memes that have come out of it. It's great. So many stupid memes. Send 2 more? Okay, wait. One, yep. No, I did see that. I mean, one of the other ones that I loved getting pointed out was it's just like the one universe where everyone's happy Vi fucking dies. So it's not actually Jinx is the problem, it's actually Vi is the problem. So if you want to, like, call anyone out for truly being a villain, we know who to blame. Saw that one too, it's so fun. Yeah, it's like, I kind of feel bad, but it's so fucking true. There we go. Over the last one's your best one. Oh boy, I gotta see this. I've seen that one. I have seen that one. Yep. Oh man, I've seen that one. That one's mighty fine. Mighty fine. You know, it's the evolution cycle. It's a cycle, right? There we go. Send that one to your friend right after I watched the episode and told him. You fucking monster. I mean, I could always go quickly squiz to see what I had with a friend. That I've been the one. He's been the one that I've posted most of my memes to. Let's see. Most of that Star Rail memes. Oh yes, here we go. Here's one that I sent him. It's so dumb. Oh god. See if I can find some more. Ah yes, here's another one. Girls, have you ever been eaten out so good you stopped being a dictator and became a pirate? And then, of course, I do have this one. This is more related to the skin, but it's just, this is the first thing I fucking thought of when I saw the skins thing as well. It's just, let's take ibuprofen together. It's that shit. Which one was this one? Can I play this? It has audio.
Because I'm hungry. Do you know what prison food is like? No, of course you don't.
There you go, subtle foreshadowing. There's also this image, which I absolutely love. Fucking swear to God. I mean, okay, so this is less of a meme. This is actually something from the show, by the way. If you haven't seen this, this is fucking cool. So you know that moment where, I'm blanking on her name, the sniper chick that we all hate, that was a spy. That moment where she goes to shoot Caitlyn in the back of the neck, because that's the other fucked up thing, is if you actually know what happens when you shoot someone in the back of the neck, not the head, you know. So this is in the frames. Like, for 2 frames, this is what she actually looks like. And this is not edited. This is actually what she looks like for 2 frames. Which I think is fucking awesome. Oh, Maddie, that's right. A reason I know that is because of this meme here. Ever had a moment where you needed to backtrack? It's like, speaking of Maddie. God damn it. It's actually so fucking foul and so good. Now listen. This may not have aged well. Also another one of these, in case you needed more of this. The evolution of Caitlyn watching Vi eat. Here you go. Here's the good question of which is gayer? And then I do just bros doing stuff, you know? No feet apart because they're... Yeah. There's also this one. This actually broke me something fierce when I saw this. Like, well, that's not quite how the chain of events occurred. You know? There was definitely a correlation there. Oh yes, and then of course, have you seen the drip marketing for the TFT stuff? Because this is actually what it has. So what is underlined here is Maddie. She's not afraid to shoot her shot. That was on November 17th, and then this person responds with just going later on, going, oh. well then. Alright, let's have a little look at some of these new ones. So I think that's most of mine. Yeah, no, I think this is not inaccurate. Man just came back from like the chill vibes, the fun times, and then Yes, I have seen this one as well. I have seen this one because it's just too on point. Hex before sex. Yes, Victor. This is... oh, Vice, nice to see you. Wait, can we just talk about there's a fucking pike in there somehow? Well, the fucking what? Yes, no, so this was what I was talking about earlier, the one that you posted, where it's just like this, where it's just like, Vi is actually just bad. Like, this is just actually, she's just not a good person. She, like, not to be mean, but like, maybe Vi is the problem. Do we petition to get, like, Vi executed? So yeah, there we go. Some fucking stellar, stupid ass fucking arcade memes, man. I love some of the arcade memes out there. There are some really good ones. At the moment, all my timeline's been filled with, though, is just like memes about how much people hate Jeff the fucking shark dog. Did you see what China did to the finale? Oh yeah, to anyone that hasn't seen that, it's fucking incredible. Shorthand is, if you remember the scene with Vi and Caitlyn where they're like talking at the end and like they lean on each other and are talking. It's literally whoever is talking is the only one there and the other one's just been edited out of the frame. It's so fucking silly. And it's really funny because, like, she's still trying, like, leaning on fucking thin air. Fuck, Jeffy yeeted me off a cliff an hour ago. Yeah, I feel like they've... Jeff is gonna go from, like, one of the most loved fucking animals ever to one of the most hated beings of eldritch existence. To be fair, the best part of Jeff is that actually is accurate to his fucking story. It's like, Jeff is actually an eldritch horror. Don't let anyone try and convince you otherwise. Those eyes are only pure evil behind there. They hold it behind the war crimes he's committed. I laughed so loud I woke up the family. So have a nice rest of the stream and take care. Oh, good devil, I'm sorry you woke up your family. Oh no, that's never a good one. That's fine. But yeah, catch you later, catch you later. I'm probably going to be finishing up soon myself anyway, so you're not going to be missing out on much. Probably gonna get like the just this roughness done up a little bit more. And I will move on to greater pastures. Greater pastures, greener pastures. That's it. Words. Fantastic with those. Remember. Okay, I don't know why, but this is really nice. I'm actually very much liking this design. And the problem is, though, is it still just might be, like, a little too much. And I might have to pull it back on the horror. Because, like, this is actually quite good. Little too much eldritch horror for some people. Love me some 1920s. Dude, yes, actually. I could see this being in, like, a really old flick. Somehow. $100%. Like, this actually... God, that actually looks really kind of cool. Obviously, the colors are very off. Like, we need to have a more inky, blacky sort of thing, right? But, like, if I just go through and just do that, immediately looks way fucking cooler. And I'm looking for, like, you know, that's got to be like a red, right? Just gonna quickly change this. And then, like, this bit here can be, how am I gonna do this? Because it's gotta be, like, what do we think of that? For, like, an eldritch shadow creature. I think that looks cool. Maybe the clothing needs to be a bit more green, though. To give it kind of a bit more of a... an ill vibe. But I really like the idea of, like, the singular candle there as a kind of, like, it's a beacon of hope, and it's surrounded by the cloth, so you'd almost think, oh, maybe this is a hut, maybe this is somewhere I can survive, or keep warm and safe, and it's like, no, the shadow creature comes for you. Right, it's that sort of idea, it's why it's kind of like this is rusted chain, almost, in a sense, that's holding this together. It's collapsing it. I feel like we could probably be a little bit more liberal with it as well. Maybe a bit more red. Where do we think the red goes in? Because, like, obviously I want it clearly defined eyes. Candle? Ooh, so like a ready fire like that a bit more? And maybe have the orange slightly down tinged. Not that down tinged. More of a ready orange. A bit more like that. Give it a bit more of an evilly sort of feel. Yeah, I can see that. Oops. Hellfire doesn't have no rules for colors. Well, I mean, technically the Bible doesn't mention Hellfire. Hellfire is a separate construction. Yes, I know this sort of shit. It's weird. But no, like, it's kind of that idea of, yeah, it's an eldritchy sort of swamp monster. Again, it's the beauty of this is so loose in its concepting that I can do so much with it, and I love it. That's why I went very inky sort of feel with it. That's why the creature heads that it's got there as well are just kind of like melting and all that. It's like things that it lured into a false sense of security and consumed, hasn't finished consuming yet. Alright? Or you can make the color flicker in the frames. Probably, honestly, like having it go like a little bit yellowy and a little bit orange and like then back to red, kind of flicking between those. To be fair, we're not doing the frames today. We are doing concepting. This is kind of how I do this sort of stuff. Is I just like come up with a loose idea, draw it out, see how it looks, play around with the idea a few times. That's why you've seen me alter the color a bunch and alter how I wanted to approach it. Originally, it was going to be a bit more like monstrosity, bulbous sort of thing. But like the candle flame cycles through many colors for a cool kaleidoscope effect. Interesting. Ooh, I could see that. That would definitely be something we need to test like later on. But yeah. Hello, you made a cool model. Thank you. If you're meaning the VTuber model, though, I didn't make this. But if you're talking about the art that we've been working on, yes, I did make that. I like the new base color. It pops more. Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Is like, it's why I'm looking at this. I kind of want to just like give it more of a dimmed out vibe with this color, like saturate it out maybe, because I want that color to pop out. Like, I want you to be drawn to that fire visually as a player. Because then, like, that tells that story. I think that works better. A little bit. These spikes need to come down in color then, I think. And brighten the core red. Yeah, probably should. Because keeping it separate from the eyes is interesting as well, because it does give a thing, but there's an argument to be made that the eyes should probably stay the same as this one. Just to really give a kind of... You see two things when you look at this. You see the fire and you see the eyes. And that's the scary shit. I think we've more or less got there, right? With the general feeling of what we probably want from this. You're definitely drawn towards that candle especially. I like that, because that's just, again, that's that storytelling of it. It's like this bog-like creature almost that clearly, like this, you go, well, I see I see light, I see fire, I want to go towards it. Oh, look, it's a nice warm, like, hollow and moss and campfire sort of, and you're dead. Goodbye. Which is why, like, a lot of its tags are about either hitting you at range or, like, hitting you when you're close range or getting you into range. Hey, I'm good at storytelling with things. In the loose sense, when I need to. Like Alan Moore's Swamp Thing. Yeah! That's why I kind of like the idea that it's only got one arm as well, I'm gonna be honest. Because, like, again, it doesn't feel... Like, you see a little bit of familiarity, but, like, it's not human. It's definitely not human. Like, that's something we can all agree. You do not see human in this thing. That's cool. Oh, I'm actually really happy with how that's come out. Alright, well, we're gonna have to, like, actually sit down and just keep working on those assets at this point. Like, that's the big thing that we need to probably do from, moving forward. It's the pain of it. Alright. Okay. So, we do need to work on these at some point, though. But I feel like this one especially, I kind of need, like, some quick assets for, and I might as well just, like, sit there and make some proper ones. The benefit as well is we've set a precedence with its visual style, so now you can, like, now doing, like, those inky tentacles makes a lot of sense. Like, you see that. So it makes that look a bit better. That'll be cool. So, nonetheless though, with that all being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.